Welcome to the Arnold in the United States. We're broadcasting live from Columbus, Ohio. I'm Robert Crawford. I'm joined by world champion Jennifer Thompson.
Hello, good morning, Robert.
We're here for an exciting morning of squatting, bench pressing, and deadlifting. Our lifting this morning is sponsored by A7 International. Special thanks to A7. They produced the revolutionary bar grip. It's a shirt that you've seen on a lot of lifters wearing leading up to this competition. It has breathable silicone grip printed directly to the back of the shirt, eliminating the need for chalk in your training. It is not legal in USAPL powerlifting, though, but it is an interesting training shirt.
I actually do have the A7 LVD shirt. They combined on a shirt, and if you lift in a commercial gym, it is a great thing to have. There is no slip on that bench. It's quite wonderful.
They are wonderful shirts for training. Our other sponsors over the course of the Arnold lifting at the Power are Slingshot from Mark Bell, lifting large with Mike and Teal Edelman, and SSP Nutrition with Dennis Seary.
Dennis Cheery.
Gino is in the house.
That's right. We're excited to see Alyssa start open this meet with her first squat here of 215 pounds.
There's always a little nervousness getting that first squat in under your belt.
Well, especially when you're under the bright lights and the booming voice of Gino. But that was smooth and easy. That's the way openers should look like.
Yeah, there's a warm-up room adjacent to the competition venue. We've got already thousands of people out in the hallway going to the different exhibits here at the Arnold. So the lifters have a lot of distractions as they warm up for these lifts.
Yeah. Or it can pump them up too. I love it. It gets me going.
Yeah.
It kind of takes me out of my own head and gets me excited about it. I love it. Oh, okay. All right. Alana Wu, she is a grad student at Duke University. She came and worked out with me.
Do you know what she studies?
I think she's pre-med. Yeah, she's pre-med. Or she's getting into med. There we go.
It's interesting how many people we have in our sport who are physicians.
Yeah, I take that back. She's not in grad school. She's in regular school, now that I'm thinking about it. She's a freshman at Duke, and she told me she was going pre-med. Her parents are physicians, I believe.
We have a lot of interesting and accomplished people who compete in our sport.
Oh, yeah. We're a jack of all trades, I think.
I like to say that powerlifting is a thinking man's game.
It can be.
And as a group, powerlifters are disciplined people because to get good at this sport, you spend years and years training. You have to be consistent in your training. You can't be an on and off type of person. We've got a great crew of spotters and loaders.
Oh, yeah. There's not a lot of lag time between lifts here for them.
I admire their work. Over the course of the day, they are going to lift a lot of weight.
Ron Dews makes that platform run smoothly.
Yeah, it's on and off, on and off. I mean, these guys lift more weights in a half an hour than most people would lift in a full workout. They have to keep going all day.
Yep. So here we have Casey. Casey's opening with 231 and a half. Let's see on that one. All right, she had 2 whites. A good lift. And let's see. Next up, we have Emma from New York. She's going to open up with 242 and a half. We got Ron making sure everything's all set.
Emma's lifting in the 47 kilo class, so she's opening at more than twice her body weight.
Oh, man.
She has a nylon singlet, a belt, and some knee sleeves to keep her knees warm.
Mm-hmm. Let's see how she does here. Oh, not bad. She's got a good opener in there.
She looked comfortable with that lift.
Yeah. So we have Lisa coming up. She's in the 47 also. She's in the Open and the Masters division, I believe, out of Maine.
Do you know how old Lisa is?
No. Do you?
No.
Is it on here? I don't see it.
I don't see it.
Mm-mm.
But we do see some amazing lifts with the Masters lifters.
She doesn't look like she should be a Masters.
Strength is one of those things you can build over decades and maintain as long as you're consistent with your training.
That's the nice thing about our sport, I think.
Yeah.
You can really do it forever, really.
Lisa walks out cautiously. She's ready.
There you go. Oh, smooth. Smooth like butter.
She keeps those arms in close to her shoulders to support that weight on her back.
Yeah, so she's not having to hold it, sort of just pinned in.
Some of the bigger men up in the 120, the 120 plus class have a hard time getting their arms in like that, and they suffer from a little disadvantage.
Yeah, women are generally a little more flexible, so that helps. All right, so we have Jennifer coming up here with 253.5. She's out of Utah. So we have sort of a mix in our weight classes here. We have the 47s, the 52s, and the 57s all kind of mixed mashed up in this flight.
Jennifer's also opening at double her body weight. She walks out, she sets up.
Oh yeah, that was easy. Not bad. I'd be happy with that opener. All right, we have Jennifer Kim out of New Jersey coming up. She's in the 52s, and she's going to go 259, so just a little bit above the Jennifer before her.
Jennifer Kim's from New Jersey.
New Jersey. That's where Gino's from, yeah?
Gino, Bill Clayton.
Bill Clayton, Dennis Cherry. Lots of Jersey in the house. All right. You can see A7 is our title sponsor of this event, so you can see all the athletes wearing their shirts. There you go. Nice and easy. So one thing you notice a lot about the raw competitions is a lot of green in the attempts.
And that's the way it should be. It's comforting feeling to get that opening squat pass, and then you feel like it's all downhill after that.
Yep.
If you miss the opener, though, your back's up against the wall, and you've got to worry about bombing out.
Yep, yeah, severe disadvantage when you're not missing that opener. So it's so important to pick a number that you can definitely get, no problem.
No matter
you
how
want to tax yourself on the opener.
Yeah, no matter how often the lifters competed, they can remember every bomb out.
Oh yeah.
It's something that haunts you.
Oh, I would imagine. All right, you want to take a shot at this name?
Minyu Yong Van
That's
Lu
pretty good.
from California.
All right, I think you did great on that.
She keeps her head down.
Yeah, she's looking at her feet.
She's got not really a low bar squat, but she keeps her head down.
Yeah, interesting. You see a lot of more people doing it nowadays. They keep their heads down, sort of a more common thing lately. Used to tell you never to do that. Look up at the ceiling when you first started years ago. They'd be, don't look down, look at the ceiling.
So some lifters like to keep their head down when they do a low bar squat, and they have the bar a little lower on their back.
Yeah.
And maintain a natural, more of a natural lean on their torso. Then, of course, you got to be sure you're not just leaning forward and doing a deadlift. You've got to get those hips down to break parallel.
Yep. All right, Ling. Ling from Pennsylvania.
Ling Fan.
There you go. You can do the last names. I'll do the first names. 26.6. The strong opener for 52.
That's about 2.5 times body weight.
Yep. She's got all of it. It's good.
I think as a generalization that lifters who compete raw, unequipped, probably make more of their temps than the lifters who compete in gear. A lot of times the lifters in gear miss more.
Well, there's a lot more factors when you're in gear. There's a lot more adjustments. How big you are and how you change from day to day is important. It's just there's more factors involved in than raw. It's just basically how much you weighed and how you're feeling.
Here's Brienne Leno.
She's got her stanchions in. A lot of people like to do that because then they don't knock the weights on the side as they walk out. She's got real wide stance there.
Let's see what the referees say.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Good? All right. Oh, nope. Not good. Too high. Yep, they're calling not deep enough on that one. But she looks strong enough to come back and get that.
Yeah.
I should repeat it maybe. You just sink it a little bit more. All right, we got the bar ready here. We got 2 reds on there. A little bit of change. So we have Megan John out of Colorado. She's in the 57s. We got 292.1 in her opener.
Oh, she buried that.
Yep. Nice. Good lockout at the top. Shouldn't have any problem with that. Nope.
This is a 8 a.m. start here in Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah.
That's early for some lifters. A lot of lifters don't
that's way
train
early.
that early.
The weigh-in was at 6.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they've been up in the 5 a.m. probably, 5:30
They were
this
up
morning.
early just to get here for a 6 a.m. weigh-in.
Yeah, that I remember when I was doing this meet a few years ago, that was a bit rough. But
So-
once you get going, you get that blood going, and you get amped up, it kind of all ends up being the
So
same.
there's an adjustment for lifters who do their training in the
Well,
afternoon or in the evening, and
I'm
all
sure
of a sudden,
some have a time zone change and all that sort of
Yes.
stuff. It all factors in. All right, so we got Jenny Lee here at 297.6.
she's from California.
Oh my gosh, was that easy? Needless to say, she's got quite a bit more in the tank. That was a great opener, though. Perfect.
That's about 2.5 times body weight.
Yeah. And then our last lifter of this flight is Emily Gardner out of Texas. She's an open and a junior. And she's opening up just shy of 300 here, 297.6. So this will end out our first attempts here. All right, Emily, what you got there, girl? She's got the Chucks on. That's also a popular squat shoe, more of an old school way of lifting, but she's got the Chuck Taylors on, rocking out the Chucks and the Titan singlet. She's looks like to be a pretty high bar squatter there.
She's fairly tall.
Yeah. Very wide.
Wide stance.
Let's see what she's got. Oh boy. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it looks real good.
Yep. And it's interesting.
Nice
She doesn't
and
even
strong.
look up at the referee. She just listens, goes, comes back up, heads down. That's it. We're done.
She's confident in her ability.
Yeah, especially for a junior. That's good.
Oh, she didn't get it though.
She didn't. No, she did. No, she didn't. Oh, she did not. Huh. I don't know what the call was for that.
I couldn't see the lights, so I can't say.
We have no idea what's going on back here.
And for those of you out in internet land, Jennifer and I are behind the curtain like the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. You're right. We're like
Watching
the
on
voice.
TV screens.
We're the
And
wizard.
we're listening to Gino. All of you in the powerlifting know Gino. He's not quite up to speed yet because it's just a little after 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
there.
it's going to take him a while to warm up.
Gino's more of a late morning, afternoon person because he goes into the night. And he also drove in yesterday from New Jersey. So he had a long car trip yesterday.
Oh, he drove over, huh?
Yeah, Alyssa had to leave the platform
know
to
what's
adjust
going
her
on.
wrist wraps.
Oh, that's what happened.
I think she must have had either the loops around her thumb
Or
they were too long. They have to be no more than 2 centimeters above the center line of the wrist joint and no more than 10 below.
She's
And she
gotta
might
get
have gotten
going here.
called on that.
10 seconds. Hurry up there, girl. There we go. Nice. You made it. That's a little stressful. Nice job. Way to rally back from a little bit of a rough situation.
That is, when you've got to leave the platform to re-wrap.
The only thing you can adjust is your belt on the platform, so she had to step off. Yeah. All right, well, she got her second. She's 2 for 2 now.
She's cruising.
Oh, yeah. We got Helena. She's also a junior lifter, too. As I said, she's a freshman in college, so she's got to be maybe 19 or 20, maybe. And she's opening up just a little bit higher than her, her second attempt's just a bit higher than her first, 237.
So the junior age group goes from 19 to 23?
23, yeah.
Above 23, you're an open,
Yeah,
and below below 19, you're a sub-junior.
Yeah. All right, let's see how she looks with this second attempt here.
All these women have impeccable form.
Yeah. There we go. Squeeze it out. Nice. All right, that's a good lift for Helena. Helena Wu. So there's Gino. Look at, he's waking up a little bit. He's high-fiving the crowd.
He's coming around. He's warming up. He's got that red glittery scarf going and the headband.
Coffee's kicking in a little bit, maybe.
Yeah. He'll be talking pretty soon about Red Light Billy.
Oh boy. All right, so we're waiting for Casey here with her second attempt of 248.
Casey's come from Minnesota. She had a lot of snow up there to get through.
Yeah, Minnesota.
They got 15 inches up there on Thursday.
That's just crazy.
And air travel was a mess.
I bet.
Frigid temperatures. The Minnesotans are looking for spring.
I bet.
Casey sets up there. She's waiting for the signal.
Big
she
breath.
gets it.
Come on now. Chest, chest, chest. Nice. Good. She had to fight a little bit on that one. Oh, she got a no lift on that. I'm not really sure why. So we'll see what she does. Maybe go up a little bit from there, but I wouldn't go up much more if I were her.
So Emma If from New York is up next.
Emma If. That's it. Or Ife. Maybe. There's an E on there. Emma. We'll call her Emma. She's
Emma's
from New
good.
York. Oh, yeah. She's got the tunes rocking. She's calm and collected. Big breath. There we go. Nice. Squeeze, squeeze. Knees out, girl. Knees out, knees out. Ooh. Little stall. She was a little slow out of the hole in that one.
Yeah.
And kind of, I think she would have had a little
struggled.
more.
We'll see if she can come back. She jumped 7.5 kilos.
Yeah, she opened pretty heavy anyway, but she would have just dunked it in the hole a little faster. She would have had the momentum through that middle part.
So that's about a 15-pound jump for her.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Lisa's up now. Lisa Randazzo from Maine.
Maine. She's a Mainer.
She had a long trip to Columbus.
Yeah, hopefully she flew.
She's lifting open and master.
Yep.
So she's at least 40 years old if she's in the master's class.
Yeah, she don't look it though.
She could be 50.
Could be. We don't know. We don't have that information. She's got a really slow, kind of methodical walk out. A lot of rocking back and forth.
She's got the dancing feet.
Yeah. There you go. Nice. Very good.
Lots of strength.
Yeah, she's good. All right, we got the Jennifers coming up here. Jennifer Averill and Jennifer Kim. And they're separated by 2.5 kilos here if they get it. Utah and New Jersey.
This is going to be a close contest between our two Jennifers.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, they're both in the 52s. So this Jennifer's pretty tall for her weight class. I know how that goes, though. I'm usually the tallest.
You are.
Doesn't mean anything.
She looks like she's already got her shin guards taped into her socks for the deadlift.
Yeah. It's not wasting any time. That might just be her socks, though. All right. Here we go. Big breath.
She looks like she's under the bar a little unevenly, the way it tips to one side.
Yeah, she did that on her first one, too. She sends some weight to one side and then, does it back to the other. Must be stronger on one side, maybe. So, it was a good lift. Good for her. Yep.
Now we have Jennifer Kim from New Jersey. She's taking 125 kilos, which is 275 pounds.
Yeah, that's pretty good for a 52.
That's 2.5 times body weight.
Yeah.
A lot of weight.
She's got an old school Inzer singlet on.
Yeah.
You don't see those very often anymore. I've got quite a few of them.
And she's got on her A7 shirt from our platform sponsor, too.
Yeah. A7's out of Georgia. They're not too far from us. Nice. Way to power through that. Very good. Yeah.
A7 produces a revolutionary bench grip shirt. A lot of lifters wear these for training leading up to competition. It has breathable silicone grip printed directly on the back of the shirt, which eliminates the need for chalk in your training.
Yep, it's very grippy.
A lot of the gyms appreciate it if you don't put
they
chalk
don't
all over the back of your
right
shirt
about that.
and mess up their
you
benches.
You certainly don't need it with that shirt.
Especially when they've got a suede cover on their bench. The chalk can mess that suede up.
All right, who's this again, Robert?
This is Mei Young Van Loo.
All right.
She's looking down. She has an unusual style.
Yep. It seems to be working for her, though.
It does.
Yeah. As long as it doesn't make you go forward when you squat, you can look wherever you want. The original thought is if you look down, you'll sort of go forward, get over your toes. But as long as you keep yourself centered, it doesn't really matter where you hit your eyes.
So while we work through these squats, Jennifer Thompson, I'm interested in your views about squatting because you are the highest ranked Wilks powerlifter in the world. You've set 54 world records in your short-lived career, early 40s as you are. And you are among a group of women lifters who travel the United States and Canada teaching powerlifting seminars. So
sure, Iron Sisters.
As we go through this, tell us about the coaching points that you like to see and coaching points that you might question.
Okay, we'll do that while Brianna is going here.
Brianna has to get this. She missed her opener.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm not sure about that one either. Uh-oh. What do they say? No lift. She still looks a little high.
Her feet are wide, but she's not really pushing her knees out
she's not getting her hips down.
to get the hips down.
Yeah, they're too high. That's too bad.
And if you're not used to pushing your knees out with the wide stance like that, it's a hard adjustment to make during a meet.
Yeah. So those are coaching points we would give her if we were back there right now.
Yeah. Would you advise her to perhaps narrow her stance by a few inches and then push her knees out?
I wouldn't change anything while you're doing it. I would just tell her to get her knees out.
Okay.
I don't think you want to mess around with too much when you're on the platform. That's for training maybe.
There's Emily Gardner from Texas.
Yeah, she missed this first one. We're not quite sure why, because it looked fairly okay, but she's just repeating her opener here. So this was her opener. She missed 297.6, which is still the heaviest squat so far this morning.
Yeah.
But she's got, I don't really know what they called her for on that, so she's got to get this. But she looked good enough for it. She had plenty of strength.
She's come all the way from Texas. Everything's big in Texas.
Yeah, that's right. We tend to go there quite a bit. There you go.
Her
That's
depth
easy.
looked good.
Yeah, so we'll see what they say this time. Yeah, that looked no problem.
So she's in the meet.
Yeah, so she's in it. She had more too. It'll be interesting to see what she goes to after this. So we got Ling Fan coming up next from Pennsylvania, 303. So we're starting to hit the 300s here. These small little ladies. And we got 3 more left in this flight, and then we'll start our third attempts.
For young men in college athletics, 303 pounds is a lot of weight to squat for many of them.
Well, and to go below parallel. Very
Yes.
rarely do you see someone actually hitting somewhere near the appropriate depth when you're in a gym, or even in you see it more now in, like, I think college sports. More coaches and strength trainers are catching on, but I think it's probably in the minority.
It's a lot of weight for a 52-kilo woman.
Yeah.
She throws that head back and she guts it out. Let's see what the refs say.
Yeah, that's, I don't know. By the audience is going, oh, so it's
no
a no
lift.
It looked a little bit high, but it's hard to tell from the front. Those side referees have the best advantage. They can really tell they're at the right level. So let's see. We got Megan coming up. She's gonna repeat what Ling tried, 303.1. So we'll see if she gets it with the miss from Ling.
Megan's lifting out of Colorado. She's walking out.
All right. She looks sad. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Oh, man. She, like, stopped right down there.
She gutted that out.
She
Not
tried.
quite.
She gave it a good, but she almost seemed confused. Like she got down there and stopped and then decided to go. Very strange. All right, and we're rounding out the thirds with Jenny Lee, our open and junior lifter out of California, and she bumped it up to 314.2. So this is a great squat for a 52 kilo.
Closing in on 3 times body weight.
This is American record attempt, Gino just said. So we'll see if she can get her American record here on her second attempt. There we go. Come on, Jenny. All right, good setup. Come on, Jen. Plenty deep. Oh.
Good spot by the spotters.
We're seeing a lot of those knees dive in. We should be pushing those out. She had great speed on that. She just kind of let her knees go in, and then she had nothing. She would have just pushed those knees out. I think she would have had it.
How do you like to train that? To coach lifters to concentrate on pushing their knees out?
What works for me is Donovan yelling at me. I just need reminders. It's hard to remember. If you got someone that can yell it for you right that moment, knees out, knees out, knees out, it resonates and you can do it, and it's just practice, really. Usually that's a sign of quad dominant and weaker hamstrings when your knees go in like that. So you also work on those hamstrings a little bit, strengthen them up a little bit so you can keep them out a little more. But I don't know. I just need someone to shout at me. That works for me.
Well, you highlight the benefit of having a good coach.
Yeah.
Because for a lot of lifters who train alone in some gym, they can miss coaching points.
Yep.
Here's Alyssa.
There we go. Third attempt. Oh, boy. She paused that squat at the bottom. I don't know. That looked pretty good. 237 for her third lift. It's a good lift. All right. She was 3 for 3. She had just strolled through those squats this morning, so that was great. But yeah, the coaching thing too, like especially when you're doing something like that, you don't necessarily have a high caliber coach. If you just have good workout partners and they know what to yell at you, that's all you need. You don't need some. Not everyone can have a high caliber coach with them in their training. So if you can just train your training partners what to look for and what to yell, that's all you need. All right.
A lifter can pick up a lot at these meets too, just listening to the coaches yelling coaching points from the coaching box.
All right, so Casey missed this on her second. She's going to try it on her third. It's 248. So let's see if she can
She has a wide
sink this.
stance.
Yep. Come on, Casey. There you go. Oh, boy. She got way forward on that. See, a lot of these girls shifting from one side to the other on their legs here.
So Casey's left with her opener. She went 1 for 3.
Yeah, that's a bummer for Casey. But you know what? The nice thing about these 3 lift meets is you got the bench and the deadlift. So it's not over. There's still a lot more lifting to happen here. So you can screw up a lift or two and still fare all right.
Here's Helena Wolf from New Jersey.
So she jumped up, looks about 5 kilos, from her second to her third.
That's a good 11-pound jump.
Yeah. There we go. Nice. Good speed. Perfect.
Perfect
That
form.
speed out of the hole got her up easy. Nice. Nice. There we go. So she got that. That's good.
We have a beautiful stage here at the Arnold, and we appreciate the support from our sponsors, A7 International. They make the revolutionary grip bar shirts. Lifters wear these in training leading up to competition with the breathable silicone printed directly on the back of the shirt. Other sponsors over the course of the Arnold here for USA Powerlifting will be Slingshot, Lifting Large, and SSP Nutrition.
All right, so Emma missed this on her second. So she's trying to come back and get this on her third. It's 2:59. So we'll see if she can bring it here on her third. I hope she can. There we go. Come on, knees out
Nice
there.
form.
Nice. That was good.
She pushed that.
Yes. Woo. And so, you know, when you miss something on your second, you get it on third, that's pure technique. Yeah, just that's a break in your technique most of the time, and then you just have to come back and fix it.
We're seeing good technique from all these women in the first flight this morning.
She was way faster on that lift than she was on the second lift. A lot of times if you can get that speed in, it'll carry you through to the top. Makes it exponentially easier. You gotta use physics. The physics helps. All right, so Lisa is going for 3 for 3 here, hopefully. She's got 275.6, and she's our Open Masters lifter out of Maine. And she likes to take her time with this walkout.
She has what I call dancing feet, happy feet.
A lot of moving around, adjusting, moving around, adjusting.
It works to her disadvantage because the lifter doesn't get the start command until she's in a settled start position and motionless.
Well, you can and then the weights are kind of going back and forth, so a little bit harder to steady them. But everyone's got their own idea that works with them. Oh, come on now, power through. And you see she pushed her knees out on that.
Yeah.
All right.
Good lift
Nice
for Lisa.
lift. Nice lift. All right, we got the Jennifers coming up. One's going 276.5, and the next one's just going up 2.5 kilos over that. So interesting.
Jennifer Averill from Utah is first.
We got a replay of Lisa here. She really ground that out. And you can really see she forced her knees out when she was stalling in the middle. That helped her out a lot.
Well, that's a good coaching point for our lifters to absorb.
Absorb it. Absorb it. Yeah, I think so. That's one of the main things you see on all these lifts is a lot of the knees in really need to. It's okay if they go in. You just got to force them out at the important time. All right, we got Jennifer here. She just went up 2.5 kilos from her second. Staying a little conservative
And
here.
all these lighter women are showing how nicely they can keep their elbows pointed down to support that bar on their shoulders.
Oh, yeah. You pinch it in, you don't have to worry about holding it. Very great speed on that. Knees, 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 knees. She's trying with the knees. She's trying with the knees. Go, 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 go. Yeah.
Well, she gutted that out.
That was awesome. Woo, she got it.
Good
Oh,
lift.
man. I thought she was done, and she just stuck with it and grounded out. She was not going to miss that lift. That was fantastic.
Very gutsy.
Uh-huh.
Here's
Way to stick with it.
Jennifer Kim from New Jersey.
Yeah. That was pretty. Yeah, replay on this one. I mean, just incredible. Great speed down. And then she gets here, and she just works on. She is pushing those knees out the hardest she can and trying to balance it. She just stuck in it, man. That was gritty.
Now, she used a relatively narrow stance,
Oh, yeah.
too.
That was gritty. I love that. All right, so here's Jennifer Kim. She's going to 281.1, so she's just going a little bit over our other Jennifer. She's got a little bit of a walkout here. Big breath. She's also fairly narrow. Knees out, knees out, knees out, girl. Come on, come on. There we go.
Pushed them out.
Yeah, there you go. Nice. She was good at that one out, too. That was huge right there for her to make that lift. All right. So.
Now, we might have a little
got a
action
repeat.
from the jury here.
Oh, really?
I see the chief of the jury, Bill Clayton, walking across the
Oh, boy.
platform. And find out what's up here.
They probably won't tell us. we're behind the curtain.
Menya Yong Van Loo from California is up.
Okay, let's see. Third attempt at 292.1.
She's made her first 2 attempts.
It has her as a open and a master's lifter also. There we go. Oh, easy. Nice job. Yep. Nice work on that. Yeah, there you go. She had 3 for 3 on her squats. Lots of them.
We have Brianna Lanone up.
Yeah, and she has missed this 2 times now. This is her opener still. Up, we got replay going on. She's got that unusual head down stance. Worked it out though. Good. All right, so Brianna's got to get this. This is her opener. She's got to really sink this hard.
She wants to stay in this competition. She's traveled a long way from New York to come here.
Yeah. Come on, Brianna.
Arnold is one of the highlights of national and international lifting.
Right. Well, it's a fun meet. It's just fun to get out there and show off.
And it's an honor to lift at a venue like this, too.
For sure. All right, Brianna. She's got that wide stance.
Wide stance.
Get in there. Oh, she might have had that. We'll see. That looked a little lower than the other ones. She's so good. And that was so easy for her, too.
She stays in the meet.
She stays in the meet, but squat far below, I'm sure, what she was anticipating, because that was an easy lift. To repeat your opener 3 times is rough. She'll learn from that.
Yeah.
She looks fairly young, so many more meets ahead of her. All right, so we got Megan John with 303, hitting the 300-pound mark here.
Megan's from Colorado.
Yep, she missed this on her second, so she needs to power back through this on her third. Hopefully she'll have a little more speed in the bottom and pop right back out. Come on now. Oh, boy.
She's pushing.
Come on,
pushing.
Knees out. Wow.
She gutted that one. Let's see what the referees say.
Squats. Man, and it's so strange how she just stops at that bottom, and then she decides to go. Woo! But she wasn't going to miss that. She was determined on that one, so that was great.
A lot of character.
Good for her. Look at that replay. She just stops and that's
She's
pure
got that head up.
grit.
She lifts her head as she comes up to arch the back.
Yeah, pure grit on that one. Fantastic. All right, we got Ling Fan from Pennsylvania. She missed her second on 137.5, and she went up to 140 or 308 on this one. So
she's looking at her competition, trying to figure her placing. She must have decided she had a lot left, too. Deep breath.
Oh,
pushing.
Knees. Oh, boy. That was great.
Good lift.
All right, that worked out for her. Good job.
So that gamble paid off to jump a little bit above what she'd done.
Yeah, she must have felt might have just been a small technicality she felt she could overcome.
Jenny Lee's up. She's lifting in the open and the junior class out of California.
Yeah, she missed this on her second. She's going to try to get it on her third. It's 314.
Jenny's going to repeat the weight that she missed on her second.
So she needs to come out and get this.
No jump for her.
She needs to get this so she's not left with her opener. There we go.
Deep breath.
Come on now. Oh, that was easy.
Her depth looked good.
Oh, she got it.
Referees like it.
Nice. All right, we got the last lifter in this flight, Flight A. We have Emily. She missed her opener, got it on her second, and now she's going for 314 as well, so that'll match Jenny before her.
We'll move then in the Flight B. That has lifters in the 63 kilo class, 72 kilo, 84, and 84 plus.
So Emily's a junior lifter, and I love the way she just kind of saunters out here, just sort of calm and collected, and
Too young to know what she's facing
yeah,
at the
maybe,
Arnold.
and just sort of walking through her setup. I love it.
Comes up with the confidence of youth.
And she's also, you start seeing some lifters wearing their belts up very high to help with their back support if you have kind of a lower, a weaker back. So.
Do you like that belt placement, Jennifer?
Well, not for me, but it might work for her. I think it's more in body structure. A lot of deadlifters are wearing it like that now. Knees out. There we go. Man, that was good. No worries. She definitely had more than that, but she was conservative. That was a smart move.
So
after missing her opener.
So Emily was our heaviest squatter.
Well, she tied it, yeah.
In the first flight, the junior from Texas.
Yep. And let's see, now we got flight B. This one's a much smaller flight. It looks like it's all 63.
Oh, it
so
is all 63.
That's got to be a mistake, though, right there, though.
I see somebody.
As they have her weighed in differently for the same person.
It's all 63. We have one error on the scorecard. That's just a typo that'll get corrected for a lifter who's in the open and the junior class.
We got 2 juniors in here, and the rest are open. We're starting with Ashley from Michigan. That's where I was born, Michigan.
Michigan's a great place to be.
It's a good powerlifting group up in Michigan.
Buried in snow right now. Home of Jack Marcus.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Her opener is 270.
Ashley's set. She goes down and up.
Easy. Nice opener for Ashley. Yep, good job. And she's a junior also. And then we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in this flight. So it'll be a quick flight.
That's a quick flight.
It is a quick flight. I don't like to see 8 when I get out there.
In the squat, you leave the platform, and it's hard to loosen your belt and catch your breath. Turn in your next attempt, and before you know it, you're in the on-deck circle again.
Yeah. And especially, too, with the raw, it tends to run quite faster because no one's adjusting a lot of equipment and stuff. So 8 is going to be a very quick flight for them.
Yeah.
So we have Jenica out of Indiana.
I'll bet you if you clock these attempts, the lifters probably only have 6 or 7 minutes between each attempt.
Probably, yep. She's a junior also.
Jenica Baldridge.
Oh, easy. Nice speed. All business. And she's a good lift on that one. So Miriam is out of Ontario, Canada. I actually know her. She was at our Iron Sisters camp last summer, and she is training to be a firefighter.
Okay. So where did you and your group of women lifters conduct that camp?
It was in Dundas. Dundas, outside of Toronto near Hamilton. They had a really nice sports facility that we used. And Miriam's, she's going to be a contender in this flight.
Well, you always get a great turnout at those camps. And Miriam benefited. She's going to pass her firefighters physical with no problem.
Oh, yeah. I said I can't wait to see a picture of her in her firefighter gear, like hucking a 200-pound man over her shoulders.
They have to be able to do it. Oh,
there we go. Nice
depth.
And easy, yeah. And Miriam, she is a great squatter. She's also a very good deadlifter. So we're going to see big things from her today. It was a pleasure working with her this summer. So let's see. We have Allie. She is out of D.C., it says. So we got real conservative openers here, 280.
All these women are opening at twice their body weight.
Yep. All right. Allie is also, I think she's a state referee. She helped out a lot at the Raw Nationals last October. She was a marshal for a couple of events, and I believe she was at our camp too.
Nice setup. She takes a deep breath. She's ready. She's got that A7 shirt rocking.
Nice. Chest up there, girl. Nice job. All right.
Good lift. You know, Jennifer, I think whenever I hear this debate about women in military combat roles or firefighting or police services where strength is required, and one will pan the women for not being strong enough to do it. I think about all the women I see in the powerlifting who can squat, bench press, and deadlift more than a lot of men.
That's right.
And they're small women too.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
So if you're familiar with what women can do, all those old arguments fall by the side.
Right. This is Jen Yakes. She goes by Streaky Yakes. She's got a big Instagram following. She does powerlifting out of Georgia. She works with Josh Rohr out of Georgia, and she also does a lot of posing, bodybuilding, posing, figure
and
stuff.
She undoubtedly gets her nickname from all the colors in her hair.
All the colors, exactly.
She's got a deep blue and a couple of other colors going.
There you go.
Nice
Easy.
depth.
Nice. Super nice girl. All right, she opened with 286 quite easily. Yep. She, I believe, lifted at Raw Nationals as well. Well, she had to, I guess, to have gotten in here. So, yes, she did. That was a gimme.
What are the qualifying standards to get invited to the Arnold?
So you have to lift at Raw Nationals, and you have to hit a Wilks, and I can't remember what the Wilks is, changes from year to year. And then you have to be one of the first to enter, and it opens up at midnight and fills up within 1 or 2 minutes. So you got to be quick on the computer.
Yeah.
All right, this is Laura. She's 292 out of
Narrow
Missouri.
stance. Look at that stance.
Yeah, very. Real easy, though. Good opener. These are all really good, strong openers for these ladies. No one's really struggling with them, so that's good. And then Ashley Knox out of Maryland. She's 292.1. Yep.
Isn't that a change from days past? We do our registration on
online.
Computer as
It's
opposed
nice.
to mailing things in just
Yeah.
before the entry deadline.
And this meet's pretty tough because, I mean, it fills up in a minute or two. That tells you how many people want to get in here and lift at this Arnold.
Very competitive.
In fact, actually, the first time they ran it, it crashed. And they had to reopen it and do it a different day because so many people on it one time at midnight.
Yeah.
Crazy, right?
Here's Ashley. Gets the command from the chief referee.
Yep, nice and easy. A little walk in the park here for Ashley. And we're going to round out our last lifter in this flight with Raina. She's out of Georgia. Yeah. And she's going, 292? So she's matching what Ashley just did on her squat.
The 8 women in this flight are bunched close together.
Oh, yeah. They're not really changing much on that bar. Those loaders got a little bit of a break with just a few things coming on off. All right, 292, our last person in this first attempts.
Rena's got that A7 shirt on.
Nice, easy. All right, so we're going to start seeing them put a little more weight on the bar here on these second attempts. So we're going back up to Ashley. She's our junior lifter from Michigan. I mean, that's not too far of a drive from Michigan, depending on where you're at, to get here to Columbus.
Columbus, Ohio is centrally located in the United States. This Arnold event every March is one of the biggest events they have in Columbus, notwithstanding that the Ohio State University is in Columbus and has a huge football program and athletic
Wrestling's
program.
going on right now. Big wrestling tournaments coming up.
The state capital's here, but the Arnold dominates the economy here in Columbus.
Oh, yeah. Ashley, let's see what she's got. She's got a pretty easy opener, 286.6. And it's funny with the Arnold, just the last couple years, they've seen a huge increase in the turnout for the Arnold. I think last year they said it was up near 200,000 for the weekend. And I believe when we first started here, I think it was either 2008 or 9 maybe, it was our first year at the Arnold, and I want to say it was up near 150. So it's getting big.
Well, this morning in the breakfast room at my hotel across the street from the convention center, there was a contingent of Russian wrestlers who've come in.
Oh, boy.
There were a lot of bodybuilders,
a
lot of fitness models.
Well, there's a lot of people internationally here. When you stand in the hotel, there's all different languages being going on. All right, here's Allie out of D.C. here. She's going to go 292 on her second. She took a little bit of a jump. from her opener.
She gets those feet set, waits for the chief referee. Deep breath.
Nice. Chest, chest, chest.
Head
Good.
up.
No problem. It's a good second. But I noticed, oh, that was a no lift on that one. We don't know why. I did notice, like, last year when I walking to weigh-ins at, like, 7 in the morning, there was people lined up for tickets through the convention center, out the convention store, and wrapped around the corner at 7 a.m. in the morning. And last year I thought, man, there's a lot more people here this year, because who would be out there that early just trying to get tickets to get in is crazy.
There was a long line early this morning.
Oh, yeah. Before it even opens, though. I mean, it doesn't even start till 8 o'clock, and there's people lined up around there at 7. All right, so this is Jenica out of Indiana. She took a 10-kilo jump and is going 297.6. She's a junior lifter. Oh, yeah, easy. Very powerful.
That looks strong. Let's see what the referees say. Good lift.
Good lift for Jenica. All right. Here's our potential firefighter, Miriam, coming up from Canada. We have just a few international lifters at these events here at the Arnold. It is open to them. But they have their provincials in a week. So we're not seeing a lot of Canadians here because they have their big competition in 1 week from today. So
that would be a tough schedule to lift
for 'em,
a week apart.
I'm sure Miriam said, hey, I got a chance to go to the Arnold. Let's do it. Not missing that. But, yeah, it just kind of works funny.
Shaking that bar, shaking that rack.
Oh, yeah, she's an angry lifter. She's getting her angry on.
A lot of emotion and adrenaline.
Mm-hmm. She's really got some big, strong legs. There you go. Nice, easy, no problem. Yeah.
297 pounds.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what she's going to pick for her third. All right, and then we got Laura coming up out of Missouri. She's taking a 5-kilo jump between her first and second. So we're hitting 300 here on the second, 303.
Laura Vineyard lifts in the open class.
Mm-hmm. And she's got some low-top Chuck Taylors on, but she's got the red, white, and blue going.
Got those colors.
Yeah.
A lot of style out there. Narrow stance.
Yep. There you go. Nice. That looked easy,
now,
too.
Jennifer, would you coach a novice lifter to take a narrow stance like that, even if it felt natural, or would you advise them to widen their foot stance?
I think, it's just body mechanics, man. Like, I can't do narrow stance like that. It kills my hips, so I got to go wide. But I just think it's all based on what you got to find where you're the most powerful at, and then you stick with that. If you talk to Marissa Inda, she moved her stance in this last year, and her squat has gone through the roof by moving it in some. So I think it's just kind of a person-by-person sort of thing.
Okay.
It tends to be, you tend to see more shorter girls with the narrower stance than you do the taller girls.
Here's Alicia Knox walking out, setting up.
Oh boy, what was going on there? Oh boy, Ashley.
Oh, she walked away from that bar.
Oh, we can't do that.
Supposed to stay with the bar. Help the
Ron's giving her the
loaders.
business.
Yes.
You put your spotters at a lot of risk just walking under the bar like that. They may not let her come back. We'll see.
The chief of the referees is going over to talk to her.
Yeah. Especially when you got weight like that, you're leaving those two guys on the side holding all your weight in their hands. You can't do that. That's very dangerous for our spotters. So that's a no-no.
It's also risky for the lifter because the lifter assumes that the spotter is going to be able to handle the weight. Yeah, they could just not have it.
We've seen some bad things happen.
Yeah, and sometimes the spotters can mess up.
Yeah. All right, so Raina is going to come in from Georgia. I love her last name, Raina Rockin. She is rockin'.
Well, we're on this subject. I mean, we have very few injuries in this sport. I mean, you can lift for years and years, and you don't really see people get hurt.
Well, you do it right, yeah.
It's about consistent training and good habits.
Well, I think, too, like in our organization in particular, because, there we go, Raina,
Lots of strength.
Well, and I think we have very high standards and very strict rules, what makes you lift within kind of a good skill set of lifting. We don't allow a lot of crazy stuff. So I think that kind of helps you lessen the injuries as well.
It's actually rare to see an injury on the competition platform.
Yeah. Yeah, it is not very common, which is great. All right, so we got Streaky Yakes coming up here. See, she took a pretty good jump with 3:14 here.
I love that nickname. I complimented her on her hair last night when I checked her equipment. She's really got brilliant blue hair and some other colors going.
She's also a nutritionist. She does nutrition for athletes and does their meals for them, and I hear she's quite good with that.
She's got that A7 shirt on from our platform sponsor. She's walking out, setting up.
Everything about her is loud. Shoes, socks, and singlet and hair. There you go. Nice job, girl. Oh, yeah, look at that smile. She likes that. That was nice and smooth and easy. She's got a lot left in the tank. I'm excited to see what she's going to do today. All right, Allie, she missed her second, but we're not quite sure why, but she missed it for something, and so she's going to come out and go it again. But she seemed to have it quite easily, so I think she's going to rock this third, no problem.
Streaky Yates is our class leader.
Yeah. She's got some good size legs. If you've ever seen her, she posts a lot on Instagram, and she's pretty put together. So I expect a big squat out of her today. All right, Allie, let's get this third one here, girl.
Allie Ferris from the District of Columbia. She's taking 292 pounds.
There we go. She just needs to get her head a little bit together on this one. She's got it, no problem.
Walking out with the bar, setting up, waiting for the chief referee.
Yep. Good breath. Come on. Let's go, Allie. Chest up, chest up, chest up. Wait. Good. There you go. Nice job. That looked good. So we got David Ricks is our side referee. We call the GOAT because he is so awesome at 50 plus years old. But I think it shows a lot of us that our lifters are also out there in the referee chairs. So I think that's great to see when you have your lifters as your referees too.
Well,
and giving back to the sport.
David Ricks is a retired naval officer.
Yes, he's
a
an amazing man.
graduate of the Annapolis Naval Academy. He had a long career in the Navy.
He's nice, this guy too.
And he lifts mind-boggling weights.
Yes, he almost won the Open this year.
Yep, there goes Ashley.
They're in a battle on the deadlift. All right, nice job, Ashley. We'll see what they say. No lift. Yeah, that might have been a little bit high there. That's okay. She got her first two.
David Ricks was honored in 2011 with
Hall
the
of Fame, right?
Brother Bennett Award
Yeah.
for his contributions to drug-free powerlifting in the United States.
It's one of a very high honor, and he deserves it totally. He was a good candidate for that. All right, so we got Ashley coming in. She missed her second one. She was a little bit real slow at the bottom and out the top. So hopefully she'll put a little pep in her squat here, and she'll power out of the bottom.
She's repeating the same weight.
Yep, 308.
It's a lot of weight.
There we go. There you go. Nice, nice, nice. Yes, come on. Good lift. Yeah, that second one was just funny. I don't know why, but she was so slow. She almost stopped at the bottom and then couldn't finish one. That one, it was perfect. Good speed all the way down, all the way up. But she's probably kicking herself for not doing that in the second. I know I would be.
Well, this is a tough flight because there are only 8 women in it.
Yes.
And so they're cycling through all of their attempts in probably 6 or 7 minutes.
Right. Yeah.
Not much time to recover. I mean, I usually like 15 minutes between attempts.
That's ideal. It doesn't really happen all that much, but it's ideal.
Lets you catch your breath.
Yeah, okay, so Jenica went up 5 kilos, 308. Based on her first 2 lifts, she should have this no problem. There we go. Knees out, girl. Knees out. Nice. There we go. I'm hearing some
junior
boos.
from Indiana doesn't get that lift.
No. All right, well, she had a, oh, well, I don't know. Now they said good lift. I gave her a good lift on that.
Okay.
So, there you go. We got the replay going on. Yep.
I see the chief of the jury
Yeah.
getting active out there, so I'm not sure what's going to
Running
happen.
back and forth. We'll keep an eye on it.
Let's see if something changes.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, so we got Raina Rackin out of Georgia coming up. She took a conservative 2.5 kilo jump up. She's going up 5 pounds. All right. Uh-oh, they're fixing something here. There we go. Now she's ready. Now they're ready.
That's not much of a jump. You
No,
think
really,
it'd
it's
be
5 pounds.
a good idea to throw the dice and take a little bit more?
Well, she must not feel like she's got more. I mean,
maybe 5 kilo jump, 7.5 kilo.
It just depends on how confident you are in that event. The squats, I'm not as confident as I am in other ones, so
Now you see how Rena has her elbows back. That's probably not a very good technique.
No. And she made a good call on that, obviously.
Yeah, she knew she was right on the edge.
All right. So Miriam's right in the mix here with 142.5 on her third attempt.
Now, as a strategy, Jennifer, what do you think about maybe passing a third attempt squat where you're only going 2.5 kilos and saving your energy for the other 2 events?
That's a possibility. I mean, I've thought about doing that before, but have yet to give it a go. But yeah, that's not a bad idea. You don't have to take that third.
Realism is a good coaching approach, and if you know you don't have anything in you for that third attempt, you may as well save your energy.
All right, so Miriam's giving the business here.
Come all the way from Canada to win a title, and she's in second place right now. She's one of the class leaders. Nice step.
Oh, no.
Couldn't get out of the hole.
No. She kind of got in. Her knees kind of went in a little funny. I don't know. But she's got a good second. She's okay. Laura's going 145, so if she gets this, she'll be 10 kilos over Miriam. But she missed her second, so she really needs to get this, or she'll actually be behind her. So she's going 319, which is a pretty good jump from the second that she missed. So she must feel pretty confident in it.
Laura Vineyard from Missouri.
So this will be interesting to see. Very high, and she's
walks
very narrow.
out, gets set up, narrow stance.
Knees out, pull. Oh boy. Well, that was a little ugly, but she got it. And she got it. Like it's on the line, that last one. Like somehow you get superhuman strength to finish those things,
Gino roars his approval.
Yeah, look at she just
Gino's warming
back
up
right there. Oh.
You don't often see lifters take a stance that narrow in the squat.
No. Here comes Streaky. She put 330 on the board. She is not going to disappoint, I don't think, here.
Streaky's a crowd favorite.
Yeah.
They like her.
Yep. I mean, this is a pretty good 7.5 kilo jump off her second, but she's a strong squatter, so I expect her to get this.
330 pounds. 331.
There we go.
She walks out, gets set up.
Big breath. Come on, girl. Nice. Knees out. No! Oh, jeez. I would have thought she was going to get that.
Close.
She's got a smile on her face walking off. Let's see. Well, that put her a little bit behind in the squat. Just 2.5 kilos in the squat there. So that's okay. That's not much. And we're starting our last flight of squats here.
We're moving into the 72 kilo, the 84 kilo, and the 84 plus kilo.
Yeah, so this
lifters.
is all our top end weight classes, yeah.
And we have a big surprise at the bottom of the list, Bonica Law.
Bonica Law, she's the reigning world champion. I believe she squatted 600 here last year, and that was a big deal.
I've seen her do that. It's just an
I think it was the first
amazing
time here.
lift.
Yeah, is 600 squat. She's coached by world champion Kimberly Walford, so we're gonna see, I think, some good stuff out of here.
And she's one of your co-presenters in your
Yes.
women's strength seminars
Yeah,
too.
we have the best in each event.
It's
Bonika's the best in the squat, Kim's the best in the deadlift, and I got the bench, so you got the best of all three all together. So
Oh yeah.
easy opener
So
for Chloe.
Chloe makes that nicely. She's from Indiana.
And a junior lifter. So it's exciting to see these young girls out here. So is Shelby Miles up here too. She's a junior also. Our camps, we see a lot of the a really big range of young girls to old girls, older women, I should say. But a lot of them are in the beginner novice. And boy, I wish I had that when I first started out. I would have. The learning curve is much easier when you got people have been in a while teaching you how to do it.
Here's Shelby Miles from Indiana. She's opening with 308 pounds. I enjoy watching the looks on the loaders and spotters' faces when they're working with these women who are lifting such huge weights.
And they're like, I couldn't do that.
They're thinking it, sure. And
Yeah.
sometimes we have college athletes and a lot of high school athletes involved in loading
Yeah.
and spotting, and they can't lift the weight these women are lifting.
Oh, so easy. I've
She
seen
made that
Shelby
308
before.
look
I think
easy.
she's been around for a bit. I wish we had some information on her as far as her junior career.
She's a veteran lifter, but she
Yeah.
still qualifies for that junior class,
Yeah.
so she's under 23. She's
All right.
between 19 and 23 years of age.
So we got Julie Brookfield coming from California. She's opening with 315. We're going to see some bigger openers with these bigger weight class here. Julie is fairly tall. Look at her.
She's taller than the most of the loaders and spotters on the platform. She's also got that leopard belt on from Titan.
Yeah, bringing in some sass.
Oh, look at that depth.
I feel bad for her, man. What a long way down, a long way up. I feel your pain, Julie.
She was
Great
strong.
lift.
That rack height is up to 16 for her. And
Yeah.
by contrast here, Natalie Tarana's coming up, and she has a rack height that's 7.
Yeah, it's big
So
up and down.
they lowered that 9 inches for her. 9-inch difference between these two women where their shoulders are. So the bar's loaded to 330 pounds for Natalie,
Yep.
Florida.
She's probably not liking this weather coming
She-
from Florida.
We had snow all over the ground outside the convention center this morning.
I walked out of that plane from Charlotte yesterday to here. I was like, oh man. And the snow was swirling and
Welcome
brought
to
back
Columbus.
memories. Yeah. All right, so she
Welcome
needed
to
an in,
Columbus.
so they had to adjust the in for. Hey, Gino, what's going on, man?
Do you guys have bios back here? that
No,
you
but
are
we.
reading?
I wish we did.
Yeah, I spoke to management. The bios do exist. I'm just trying to find out where they are.
We were told they weren't printed.
Hello to
We were
my
told
two
they
friends.
weren't printed.
Oh, is that the problem?
Yeah.
All right, so Natalie was I remember her at Raw Nationals, and she was a contender. I can't remember which way she placed, but I'm pretty sure, I think she might have been second or third. I can't remember.
She's opening with 330 pounds here at the Arnold.
Oh, yep, and she's got a great deadlift as well, if I remember correctly. So that was easy 330.
She's wearing equipment from all of our sponsors here, including A7 International. They produce some revolutionary bench grip shirts that have breathable silicone printed directly onto the back of the shirt. Lifters like wearing those shirts when they train because it helps them keep the bar up on their back, and when they're on the bench pressing, they don't need chalk. They're
Well,
good training shirts.
All right, so we got Gina Hensley up. She is a junior lifter. She's got that bar height down real low. Oh boy,
Oh boy, she's
she's ready.
pounding the floor, pounding the platform. 336 pounds for her opener. A junior, so she's 23 or younger.
There you go. There we go, nice and smooth.
She's also a tall woman.
336.
Look at how low she had
very
the bar,
low rack height
Jennifer.
for her.
She could have raised that rack height 4 or 5 inches.
She wanted to pound it up and down, though.
Okay. Part of the setup.
It might be.
Part of the setup.
We have Ellen Liverpool from DC also. She's opening up a 358. She's in the 72s.
Our platform manager is Ron Dews. He's an Ohio native.
Yeah, he's run this platform for years. He does a fantastic job.
Works at all the meets. He's also a referee. Sits in the referees' chairs and judges the lifts. Does everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I have Ellen Liverpool from the District of Columbia.
Yep.
Open lifter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. A little off
opening with
balance
358 pounds. Ooh, look at
there.
that speed.
Oh boy, nice speed.
Look at that speed, Jennifer.
That is great. Oh yeah, no problem for Ellen there. And then Debbie here is opening up the same amount from PA. She's opening 358 as well. So they get the same openers. We got also, speaking, Greg Page out there. He's also a huge part of putting this event together. He's from Ohio as well, I believe. No, he's not the state chair. He used to be the state chair. No, he's not. It's definitely Jersonak's the state chair now.
Greg is a national referee. He works tirelessly on behalf of our sport.
Wow, he's a multi-time world champion, not to mention.
His responsibilities include loading up a lot of these weights and bringing them down from Cleveland and helping set up here. Lots of work goes into this setup here to get this event going.
Yeah.
We thank our sport leaders and our sponsors.
We have Debbie. She's opening up quite heavier than the other 84 lifters here.
Debbie has a narrow stance.
Yep. All right, so now we're moving into our 84 plus lifters for the last 4 of them. Tabitha is opening up with 424. It's our unlimited class. So they're going to be loading some more reds on there.
Yeah, Tabitha Miller's an open lifter from Minnesota. And 424 pounds is a weight that very few men or women can squat.
Oh, yeah.
It's a big weight.
All right, here comes Tabitha. She's telling Ron, back up, man. She's got her hands much wider than most of the women do.
Yeah, she's got the broader shoulders. Let's see if she can keep her elbows down to support that bar. Look at that depth and speed.
Got a little forward, but she corrected it and was totally fine. Almost went down so fast she got a little forward on that one, but she figured it out.
It's a good lift for Tabitha.
Yeah. So we have Tabitha. We have Sarah Brenner from Pennsylvania coming up. She's opening with 446, so she's opening a little bit higher than Tabitha.
That's an incredible weight with which to open. These lifters are just wearing a nylon singlet and neoprene sleeves to keep their knees
and a
warm.
belt. Yep, there's a lot of different. Oh, no belt for her.
No belt.
Oh, and she's got the Dana Lynn Warhouse Gym singlet on.
Sarah's from Pennsylvania.
That's probably why she has that singlet on. That's where they're from.
She's rocking her A7 shirt.
Yep.
Our platform sponsor.
Yep.
Look
at that face. Did you see that face?
Lots of speed, yeah.
Got that? Oh.
She's happy.
That was great.
Now, Jennifer, I want you to tell us about world champion Bonica Lowe. She's coming up.
Yeah. She's a pretty amazing lady. She's mostly known for her squat, but she's pretty good all around.
567 pounds.
Yeah, I would say she's probably going over 6 this meet, you think?
567 pounds, nylon singlet and a belt.
She is I think she's the only female to win the Raw World Champions and the Equip World Championships all in 1 year. She'll be going to the World Games.
All the way from Omaha, Nebraska.
Omaha, yep. We did one of our camps out in Omaha in her hometown. All right, B. Let's go now, girl. I like this music they got going.
She's just so sweet, too, when you talk to her.
Yep. She talks about in her camp how she feels like she's got all these men on her shoulders helping her through this lift. She talks about the men on her back.
She could support all the men on her back.
She could.
Look at her
They're
back
telling her what to do. Speaking of, coaches telling her what to do, she's got these men. Look at the spotters out there.
567 pounds.
Oh,
Boom.
yeah. Nice. Easy. Woohoo! Way to go.
Five spotters work to keep her safe.
She's so erect when she squats. Her back is so erect, and she has such speed out of that hole. I wish I could mimic that. It really is quite incredible. Her form is so good.
Now, we had one lifter in this flight who weighed in but did not take an opening attempt yet. I wonder what happened there.
Are you sure well, I don't know. May not be lifting. Who knows? Not sure what happened there. We're back to the top for our second attempt here with Chloe, our junior lifter out of Indiana.
And for those of you who want to run away to get coffee, make sure you come back because Bonica just added 22 pounds for her second attempt.
She's going to do
10
something
kilos,
fantastic today.
22 pounds.
Yeah, she's lifting tomorrow with me in the SSP Pro Raw bench.
So she'll go 2 events in a row.
Yeah.
That's something.
There you go. Nice job, Chloe. Speaking of coaches, you could hear her coach out there yelling for her, and she nodded her head almost when she heard it. He told her a lot of people like their coaches to tell them when to go so that they know they've reached depth.
So, Jennifer, can you tell us what it's like to be at the pinnacle of powerlifting with the highest Wilks coefficient in the world of men or women, looking down from the top?
I don't know. I don't really look down from the top at all. I don't think. I just look around.
But you're up there. All you look around, there's nobody around you.
That's okay. You never know when the next one's coming. She's out there somewhere. But I'm really excited to just be in this time in our sport. It's growing, and the competition is growing so much each year.
Tremendous growth.
Good lift for Julie. But I think Priscilla had put out last year, our membership was up 37% from the year before. And then this year already, it's only March, we're up 27%.
We've finished with over 15,000 registered USAPL lifters last year.
When I first started in 1999, we had just over 5,000.
I remember those days.
Yeah, actually, I think one year we went under. We were in the 4s. So I think we're on riding this incredible wave in powerlifting right now, and I'm so happy to be a part of it.
It's exciting.
Yeah, just the sponsors now. I think social media has done a lot for us as far as just getting us out there and what we are and who we are, and people are liking it.
Everybody gets drug tested.
Yeah. What was the other thing? I think our drug testing was up a bunch too.
We have the same standards as the Olympic standards, and we use the Olympic labs for our samples.
Oh yeah,
so we're real strict. Here's Kimberly Walford,
you
world champion.
Say hi, Kim? Say hi to the people out there.
Coming
Hello,
back.
everyone out there. Hope you're enjoying some awesome powerlifting going on today.
Hey, give us a update on what we can expect out of B today. She's going well over 6, right?
That's the plan.
That's the plan. All right, you heard it. You heard it.
Inside information from Coach
That's
Walford.
Oh, we got. We're seeing the numbers here. Wow. Oh my. Okay, that's something to look forward to.
Our lifter's Nathalie Tirana from Florida. She likes her racks in.
Yeah, I do that periodically sometimes too. Like when you walk them out when they're out like that, those big plates can hit and throw you off balance. So sometimes just having them in just allows you an easier walkout. The bigger guys need it because their hands are way out there, but for us women, it's just sometimes easier to walk out that way. Nice for Natalie.
Nice and strong for Natalie. Let's see what the referees say.
I got to talk to her a bit last year at Raw Nationals. Really, really nice person. Just very genuine, sweet, nice. And I really think that she's one of our up-and-comings in the 72s. She's quite strong and making big gains. And fun to watch lift, too. She gets really into it.
Well, we'll look for her in the future.
Yeah. All right, so here we got Gina coming up also. She's, oh, Natalie missed that last one. They gave her a no lift. Huh. And she's, Gina here is going to match that with 352.7. It looks like Natalie's going to repeat that on her third. So it's interesting jockeying around here already in the squats. So we'll see if Gina can get this. This will put her ahead of Natalie. Chest up, chest up. Oh boy, that was good. I don't know how much she has left after that, but that was a great lift. Good lift for her. Okay. So then we have Ellen, who's got quite a bit bigger second in the 72s than Gina or Natalie. She's second is 380. So she's 12 and a half kilos over over Gina. So that's a big jump.
Ellen has 380 pounds on the bar. It's loaded for her. She's coming out.
Yeah. All right. There she goes, talking to herself. She's getting herself hyped up. I like to do that too.
She's a lean, tall lifter in the 72 kilo class from DC.
Oh yeah. Big breath. Let's see what she got here.
Lots of speed.
Oh,
Lifts the
nice.
chest,
That's
head
a
up.
great second. She had all of that. 380. She's going to command the 72s, I think, after these squats here.
3 white lights.
And then we're moving into our 84-pound lifter, Debbie. She's 380 also, and this puts her over. There's only one other girl in the 84s, which is quite a bit above her in the squats.
Debbie Zingler's come down from Pennsylvania for this. Now she's taking a narrow hand grip, keeps her elbows down nicely, even for a broader shoulder. She's got, now her elbows are going up. Let's see how she manages this.
This is 380 pounds for her. She's just smooth and easy.
Narrow stance. Let's see what the referees say.
Just one pace all the way down, all the way up. All right, so now we're our last 3 lifters here, and they're on the 84 plus with Tabitha, Sarah, and Bonica coming up. So it looks like there might be a little competition between Tabitha and Sarah, only separated by I don't know, what is that? 2.5 kilos at this point.
With a 5-pound separation between these two on their second attempts.
So there might be a little bit of competition between Tabitha and Sarah going on here. She's taking her time, psyching herself up, getting herself focused.
Tabitha's got her A7 shirt on from our platform sponsor.
That was, did you see, Ron? That almost rolled.
It's a lot of weight, 468 pounds.
There we go.
Lots of speed.
Knees. Nice job. Woo!
Isn't that incredible strength?
Yeah, it was. She had so much speed out of that. Nice.
I mean, honestly, there are NFL football players who can't squat 468 pounds and
or
break
to
parallel.
death by any means. You know, that it is such a huge difference when you spot something from parallel to below parallel.
Yes.
Like the amount of strength it takes from those couple of inches is
Yes.
incredible. So let's see, we got Sarah. She's going 474 here. And no belt for Sarah.
474 pounds,
Yeah.
3 reds and a blue. Incredible weight. She's got that big smile on her face.
Yeah, she's happy to be here.
She's confident, well trained.
Yeah, real high bar squatter.
She walks out, gets set up.
There you go. There you go.
Lots of speed.
She's got quite a bit more there. Got some white lights on that.
Good lift for Sarah.
All right, and then we got B. She's coming up. She's just under 600 with 589.7. Bea was supposed to come with Kim and I to Iceland, and she opted out to get ready for this meet. And it looks like that might have been a good call because she looks like this squat's going to roll something huge today.
589.7 pounds.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and she makes it look like that first one. The third lift will be a treat, I think.
Now, at some point, you're going to have to tell us about your lifting and adventures over there with Kimberly Walford.
Yeah,
travels and sightseeing.
Iceland Federation was very good to us, very welcoming. Such a fun event to go lift at, and beautiful place. All right,
Bonika's fired up.
Yeah, she's got her game face on.
589.7 pounds.
You know, it's funny because she is such a, they call her bubbly powerlifter because she is so.
She is always bubbly.
You know, so much energy, and she has got herself so calm and focused during these squats. It's a complete opposite turnaround to what her personality normally is.
There are few NFL football players who can squat this way.
And they probably weigh pretty
and even
similar to what she
fewer
weighs.
college football players.
She played football in high school.
She's all set up perfect form. Look at
nice.
that depth.
Yeah,
Look at that speed.
Nice.
She keeps her torso upright, head back.
Yeah, she jabbed at that.
Big
good.
lift, 589.7 pounds.
Nice.
Wow.
All right, we'll see what she's going to put in for that third. They had kind of a A and a B plan on Kim's card, so for her. So we'll see what she does. Yeah.
Well, everyone would love to be coached by world champion Kimberly Walford.
Oh, yeah. She is a coach. She coaches online. She has several athletes that she coaches outside of her full-time job. And, yeah, wouldn't you love to have that? And she is so, as intense as she is out on that platform, she's the nicest, down-to-earth person that you can talk to. Really just, I've really enjoyed spending the last year doing these camps with her and traveling around to these competitions, and she's intense on that platform, but she is a pretty incredible person.
She is intense. You don't see many lifters more intense than Kimberly. Now, how many camps do you and your group have planned for a 12-month period?
Let's see, we're going to California in a couple weeks at Juggernaut. We'll be at Barbell Brigade as well. Then we're going to be at Gaglione Gym, which is a big gym in New York. There we go, Julie. Drive it out. And then we head down to Brutal Iron in South Carolina, which is just south of me, so that's my home just about. Then we do the Dundas Camp in outside Toronto every year in July, and then possibility of an Iowa or Ohio camp.
So you've got about 8 camps coming up.
Well, you know, we had planned to do like 3, and then we keep the demand is high, so that's great. That's great. It's IronSistersUSA.com if you're interested. But it really more about the camps is it's a great empowering weekend for women. Not only learning about powerlifting, but you're establishing a community among the women, which is the highlight for me.
It's a great opportunity for lifters, young and old.
Yep.
Learn from the world champs and establish the community.
Yeah. All right. Here we go, Chloe, with 374.
Chloe's from Indiana, local girl.
Yeah. One of the cool things after the camp, we set up like a Facebook page, and all the campers had such great opportunity together. They're all communicating and sharing what they're doing in powerlifting and what's going on, and so the friendships don't leave the weekend. They've gone past the weekend, which has been fun.
That's fabulous. And one of the things I like about social media is we can share training ideas so readily. Even just a photograph showing how somebody sets up their bar or their lifting platform.
Well, I'm sure when you started, and when I started, YouTube wasn't even around, you know, and I'm sure for you, all we had was Powerlifting USA magazine. That was it.
I was an inaugural subscriber to Powerlifting USA magazine.
Yep.
And it used to come on 8.5 by 11 pieces of paper that were folded over and stapled together.
That's funny.
With the label on it.
All right, Shelby, she's got 347. Oh, she's intense. She wanted that. Nice job, Shelby. All right.
Good
no,
form.
that's a no lift for that one. So she got that one. It was fine, so. All right.
This group of lifters in this third flight is generally putting up good lifts. They have mostly past lifts.
Yeah, and it looked from nothing obvious is standing out from these lifts. So it seems to me like a lot of them would be technicalities why they're not getting the lifts. You know, the strength is there, so that's good too. Those are easy fixes.
So the lifters are being well coached.
Yeah.
And making wise selections.
So far, so good.
They're not jumping above their abilities. They're being realistic.
Yeah, you see that a lot in Raw because there's nothing you can adjust to fix things. You only have you. So you really get good at evaluating yourself and what you have. So I think you see that as a small difference in Raw versus Equip. But Natalie's going to try to get this. She missed it on her second. She's going to come back and power it on her third. Come on, Nat.
Lots of depth.
There you go. Easy.
Determined.
Yeah. I'm not sure we had a second one. That third one was no problem. So we're waiting for the lights.
Waiting for the lights.
Nice. Yeah.
Our referee's lighting system is designed so that the lights don't go on until all three referees have made their decision and flipped their switch.
Do you remember the name of it? It's a wireless system that just
It's a wireless Bluetooth system that a couple of different people have designed versions of in the last year. And so it eliminates all the extension cords that run around the platforms.
Yeah, it's really awesome. I can't remember. Gosh, I really wish I could remember the name. But the guy that we use, he's actually a USA powerlifting lifter. And I think he did engineering out of a university in Texas, and he learned how to do it there.
Yeah. Here's Gina Hensley from Michigan.
It's my home state. Come on, Gina.
358 pounds.
There you go. Power it through. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, yeah, she's nodding her head like, I got that. Yeah, good job. Nice lift for her. She just took a conservative jump up. That was probably about right. All right, and then we have Ellen coming up from DC, and she took a 5-kilo jump up from her second. Sorry. 391, just a little under 400 pounds for Ellen coming up here. And then we just have a few more lifters, and we're on to the bench. Do you know, are we taking a break? Do we know?
Probably a 5-minute break.
5-minute break.
So I hope that everyone who's watching and listening will take 5 minutes to get coffee and then come right back.
Yeah. All right. So Ellen, this is 391. She's a 72-kilo
Ellen's
lifter.
Fired up.
This is a really good squat for a 72-kilogram lifter. Really good.
She's a tall, lean lifter. All muscle. Set up, waiting for the chief referee's command. Look at that speed.
Is great. Oh, chest,
she's gutting it up.
Nice job. Way to go, Ellen. Way to go with
391 pounds.
Oh, yeah. That's incredible. That was a pretty incredible spot right there. All right. So I think, I don't know what to say.
Now, I hope all the other strength athletes are watching. Our next three women in the
that's a world level squat right there.
84 kilo plus class.
72. Yeah.
All the college athletes, all the NFL pros, college athletes who want to go to the pros.
All right, so we got Debbie coming up. She's our 84 kilo lifter. She's just under 400, 396.8.
396.
Just underneath it. I don't know, based on her other lift, she might have had a 400 pound, but she's going to make sure all her numbers count today. You don't want to leave anything out there.
She wants to get every kilo for her total.
It's important, especially this early in the game.
She's watching her competitors. Nice looking lift.
Yeah.
Good lift for Debbie.
All right, now we're in we're starting with Tabitha. She's 485, just under 500 there.
485 pounds. What a tremendous weight.
And then Sarah, just a little bit above her, and then we have Bonica coming up.
Bonica's called for 275 kilos. That's 606 pounds.
606, yeah. So that'll be just a bit over hers last year. Yeah. All right, Tabitha. She likes to kind of center herself and get some focus here. Just a big jump from her second. She had 212 on her second, went up to 220. So
it's a huge weight.
Yeah.
She's determined. She's walking out, setting up, waiting for the chief referee. Deep breath. Lots of speed.
Oh no. Oh boy. That was a good try. That was
good job. Well, she's rocking that A7 shirt Our platform sponsor, A7, produces the revolutionary bar grip shirt. Lifters train in these. The shirts have breathable silicone grip printed directly on the back of the shirt. And so the bar will stay in place when you're squatting and when you lay down on the bench. They're a good training shirt.
So Sarah is calling for 501. She's going over 5 bills here. This will be pretty exciting to watch.
501.5 pounds. What
It's
a
just
tremendous
crazy
weight.
Crazy weight.
No belt.
No belt.
She's lifting out of Pennsylvania.
Yeah. She that might be her gym, the Warehouse Gym. That's Dana Lynn Bailey's gym. She's a big internet sensation. She'll be here at the Arnold.
Sarah finished her second attempt with a smile on her face coming up. She knew she had it. She gets set up carefully, waits for the chief referee.
Steady it up there, girl. Come on, big weight. Nice.
Lots of speed,
Oh,
of speed.
there you go.
Push that weight
500
up.
right there. Good job.
To see what everyone's
Here's the
come
big
for
show.
to the Arnold.
Got the big show coming up here.
606.3 pounds.
Yeah, I believe she had 600 last Arnold, so she's going to up that, put a little bit of weight on that.
606 pounds.
Crazy strong.
We're going to have 5 spotters out here to make sure that Bonika's safe while she
I think it's, is it
squats this
500
feet.
the rule? They got to have 2 on each side. All right, Gino's got them going. Come on, Gino.
Gino's going.
Get them on their feet,
Gino's
man.
awake. The coffee's kicked in.
That's right. Get them on their feet. How can you not be excited about
The sun
this?
is up.
Come on,
Bonika's
B.
coming out.
She's got her she's got her focused face on. Come on, B. You got this. Come on. She's got
Bonika
the
Low
men.
out
Got
of
the men on
Omaha,
her shoulders.
Nebraska.
Come on.
One of the coaches and presenters at the women's strength camp.
Yep, she stretches out first to get that bar in that right place. She talks a lot about bar placement.
World champion.
All
world
right.
record holder.
Come on, Bonika Law. Get it now, girl.
606 pounds.
Her setup is perfect. She does not waste a lot of time. She's got 3 steps out.
She gets a squat command from the chief referee. Deep
Come
breath.
on. Powered up. Up, up.
Oh, so close. So close.
606. Nice job.
Well, he finishes the 606 out around the world in internet land. Go get your coffee and come back.
All right.
Welcome back to the 2017 Arnold in the United States of America here in Columbus, Ohio. We're getting ready to move into the bench press. We're indebted to our sponsor A7 for sponsoring this event this morning here in Columbus at the Arnold. A7 produces the revolutionary bar grip shirt. You've seen lifters wearing those shirts during their training leading up to this competition. The A7 shirt has breathable silicone grip printed directly onto the back of the shirt, eliminating the need for chalk in your training when you squat and bench press. Thank you, A7. Our other sponsors are Slingshot, LiftingLarge.com, and SSP Nutrition. So we're moving Jennifer Thompson from the squat to the bench press. What sort of transition do the lifters make now when they go in back to get ready for this second discipline?
Well, they've had a good break since there's 3 flights, so that's nice. They had time to eat, time to warm up, get ready for it. Usually with the bench press, I only find the only thing that's somewhat, I mean, you're a little bit tired because obviously you exerted a bunch on the squat. But just a lot of times lower back gets a little bit tight during those, trying to get that arch and things like that. But other than that, just rock it on out.
So here's Lisa Randazzo racking it on out. She's opening with 121 pounds. She's a 47 kilo lifter.
Oh. Easy. She has a good setup.
More than her body weight.
Yeah. Yep, you won't see a lot of double body weight lifts like we did in the squat. The bench is a little bit tougher, especially for women. We're just not naturally strong in the upper body, so it's something to work hard at.
Well, and the lifters are lifting with the simple cotton t-shirt. They don't have any supportive equipment.
Well, just some wrist straps, and that's really just to keep your wrists from hurting and buckling. It's really not much help at all.
Actually, I think that the lifters wear the wrist wraps in the bench press just because everybody does.
I don't know. When I start hitting some heavy weight, I like to have them on. All right, so we got Alyssa. She's opening with 126.8.
Alyssa Mirasol from New York.
Yep. See, a lot of the girls are very flexible, and they put their feet way behind their hips and together to hold that arch in.
I'm Robert Crawford. Jennifer Thompson is our best power lifter in the world. Highest Wilks formula, higher than any men or women.
This is my favorite event.
She's set 54 world records, 7 world championships, and she's hardly over 40 years old. Jennifer is a algebra teacher.
Yeah, I used to teach algebra. This year I'm teaching nutrition.
Nutrition.
They switched me up.
my Donnybrook was my second semester of calculus. I got through 2 semesters of calculus and I knew I was done with math.
All right, we have Ling Pham here. She's 132.3 bench. These all seem to be pretty smooth, even openers here.
Ling's from Pennsylvania.
Yep, just kind of rolling through. This is our largest flight of the day. This flight A. It's our 47, 52, and 57 weight class.
Many of these women will be taking similar weights, so the bar will move quickly because the spotters and loaders won't have to change a lot of plates.
And usually you don't see the rack height change much at all either during this bench press. So they really are going to be very efficient. The squat tends to be the longest.
There's a lot of adjustment with the bar, the plates, the rack height, getting the equipment right.
Yeah, and so the bench will go fairly quickly and the deadlift even quicker. So I always feel like when we're holding competitions in North Carolina, once we get through those squats, we're smooth sailing.
These athletes have quite a challenge in a 3-lift powerlifting competition because each of the 3 lifts uses distinctive muscle groups. So typically, when somebody's training, they'll warm up, they'll do some heavy attempts in the squat, bench press, or deadlift, and then they're done for the day. In competition, they've got to go back to the warm-up room and get ready for the next discipline.
Yep, it's a little bit of a longer day, but you're just doing, 3 singles, but they're max effort. So I think more of it is the mental exhaustion for me. And the physical exhaustion's there, but usually a lot of it's the mental too, and just the long day of it all. So Casey here.
Casey Pringle from Minnesota.
Yeah. They're just gradually moving the bars up. They start at 55 kilos, then 57 and 60, 62, and they're just throughout this whole openers, they're just going up by 2.5 kilos each time. So it's all sticking around the same numbers here.
I'm amazed to see someone like Casey spring off the bench the way she did.
Yeah.
She just launches right off her shoulder blades and stands up.
If you're flexible, this
huge,
is good.
Huge arch in her back.
Yep.
The bigger men above 105 kilos can't lift like that. They can't get the arch in their back.
Yeah.
You don't see arches under the backs of many of the big men.
No.
And they can't spring off the bench. They tend to roll. So here's Brianne.
I don't know. I can't spring off the bench like that either. So let's see. She's 137.8. She has a headband on for these benches here. She changed her outfit a little bit.
You can wear a commercially manufactured headband. Some of them are so wide they almost amount to skull caps.
Yeah.
Some lifters like them. They are
hair
part of their gear, and they keep
sweat.
their hair in place.
Blaine Sumner likes them, keeps the sweat out of his face.
I think Blaine Sumner is so big he starts sweating when he enters the venue before he's touched a weight.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday. He looked good to go.
He's one of our great personalities and record holders in our sport.
Look, she's got on her belt, if you notice, she's got her lifts and the dates that she did them. That's interesting.
I haven't seen that before. It's
No?
her break book.
Yeah, on your belt. So let's see, Emma's with 143.3. There we go. And these lifters, they have to wait. They have to stop the bar, wait for the press, and then go. So the bench often is kind of one of the more complicated lifts because you got 3 commands instead of 1 or 2.
The various manufacturers who support our sport make beautiful belts, and the lifters get their belts customized and stylized. You can get exotic skins, cow hides and snake skins and colors.
Yeah.
The lifters can put their name on the belt or their sponsor who helps them. Some lifters will put their national flag or symbols on their belts. See a lot of interesting belts.
SBD came out with their revolutionary lever belt, which is pretty cool too. Just the whole mechanics of it all.
Here's Mayong Van Leen from California.
We're just rolling through these openers, no problem here, Robert.
Well, they should take a cautious opener in the bench because it's amazing how many lifters bomb out in that transition from the squat to the bench. You really do use different muscle groups.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of times lifters will miscalculate how much that heavy squat bar took out of their shoulders.
Well, and you can't, just because you hit it in the gym, that doesn't mean you're going to hit it here, because you usually don't squat before you bench in the gym. So you have to take that into consideration.
This is a common stumbling point when lifters go from the transition in the squat to the bench. So these women are smart to open with a real comfortable bench. She lowers that bar to her chest, nice and low.
It's a lot of the same weights here, just changing those safeties. Those safety racks have really done big things for our sport as far as keeping our lifters safe. And nobody should bench without them.
I agree with that. Years ago, when we used to communicate in our sport with printed monthly magazines like Perry Rader's Iron Man and Strength and Health and Muscle and Fitness and Powerlifting USA, once a year there'd be a story about a lifter who hurt themselves training in the basement without safety equipment.
They just had, I think in Ohio here, a kid die. Dropped it right on his neck.
Yeah.
It was all over media. But Jennifer, nice and easy. But it frustrates me sometimes because when we run our events, people don't want to take the time to get a correct safety, or they'll just try to put it down as low as they can because they find them a little bit annoying. But really, they're so important. I mean, to protect your head, really.
These loaders and spotters do a terrific job, but in the bench press, when someone is pressing off their chest, especially when they're using one of the tight supportive bench shirts, if they lose control of that bar, it can flip back on their face in a split second, and even the most attentive spotters have a hard time keeping up with that.
Well, it's the reaction. Like, your reaction time's only going to be so great. So if it's going fast, it's hard to grab it.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Jennifer here. She's 148.8 opener.
It's our second Jennifer. We have Jennifer Kim and Jennifer
that was
Averell.
A little funny. Let's see. You gave her a good lift on that one. That was good.
All these women have impeccable form in this first flight.
Yeah, they really do. Well, when you get to an event like this, you should have a few under your belt.
Yeah.
So worked out the kinks earlier before they got here. But I think that, again, is another testament to the information that's available online, to really help you with all those things. It's not as much as a guessing game as it used to be. I think YouTube. I mean, we have a super strong training channel going on with Mark Bell. He's one of our sponsors here at the Slingshot. He's got his own YouTube station going on, and Meg Squats is a USAPL lifter, or USA Powerlifting lifter, and she's got a very successful training channel. And so you get these subscribers and these people that get into these, keep watching episode after episode of these channels, and they're putting out really good information.
They are. I've followed Mark Bell for years. I follow your channel.
Oh, I got one too. Yep.
And I need to compliment you. I started doing decline bench presses.
Oh, you saw that.
a few weeks ago after watching your training video on decline benches. And I was impressed with the way you turned your flat bench into a decline bench by putting 4x4 blocks underneath the end of it.
Yeah.
And that's just enough of a decline.
Yeah. You don't need a huge one. You just need a slight one.
So I really hadn't done decline benches much over the decades. Maybe if I go to a gym with a decline bench, I'd do it once in a while, but it hasn't been part of my training. So I did it a few weeks ago, and I could feel the results. And I posted something on Facebook about your video and blocking up my Sorenix bench with 4x4 blocks. Richard Soren follows me, and he commented right away. He said, we make a bench which is incline, decline, and flat. You can have it all.
That's great, and I think it was, I don't know if it was on my Thompson's Gym YouTube channel or 132 Pounds of Power channel, but the decline is like a forgotten bench exercise, but I think it's so good. But often when you go to a commercial gym, they're so declined you're on your head.
Yeah.
And you're just tricepping anyway, so it's hard to find a good decline bench, and with that comment there. All right, Emma, easy lift for Emma here.
I did decline benches on Tuesday before I left for the Arnold on my motorcycle.
No lift? Oh, do I like the shot? No.
This is good.
Yeah, that's okay. we sound like we're talking to ourselves because nobody can hear Trey talking to us right now.
Well, if you ever want to be a radio personality, you would practice by going in your bathroom in the morning and standing in there by yourself with the door closed and looking at the mirror and talking.
Yeah. Same thing. So it seems to be a little bit of a lag in what's going on. If they're maybe discussing the last lift here, perhaps.
There must be some. Well, the other lifter's coming out. There must have been some confusion.
I think maybe, yeah. So this is Emma.
Yes, I'm indebted to you for your coaching points on decline bench presses.
Well, I'm glad I could help.
They're going to be a regular part of my training regime.
That's good. I love them. All right. So let's see. Emma's going to bring us back here.
Emma Effie from New York.
Yeah. There we go. She had a little bit of a tough time in the squats, even though she was pretty powerful. So we got Eric Curry out there on our spotters and loaders. He is, in my opinion, the best handoff guy and the bench press in the entire world ever.
Eric goes all over the country working at these meets doing handoffs.
He's the best handoff guy
fabulous.
ever.
Has just the right touch.
Yep, and he will walk up to each athlete, ask them how they want it, and then he'll remember it from there on out. Like every single time, like you'll tell him, I want it on this count, or I want it done by this word, ready up, or I want it in this spot, and he remembers it every single time you come out after you tell him that, and he'll walk over to you and ask you, how do you want this out?
Yeah.
He is great.
I get a kick out of your approach with the handoff men at various world championships. How you always go out and you give them directions, and then you fist bump them every time. And
I got to get them on my side.
They're on
everybody
your side.
On my side.
It comes right out for you. That's why you've got the best Wilkes bench in the world.
And our current handoff guy here, he's also very good. He's handed off to me a few times, and he's very good as well.
Lisa Randazzo from Maine.
It's starting our second attempt here.
Look at how she pushes her chest out and buries her shoulder blades into the bench. Nice arch.
Yep.
These small women in this weight class with the big arches are hard to judge because the rules require that their hips be on the bench.
Right.
And so sometimes they have such a
gray area
arch that it's hard to tell you if they have any of their hip on the bench, or they're just squeezing the bench with the inside of their thighs.
I totally agree. They've tried to sort of limit some of that in the rules, but ultimately it's a little bit difficult to tell.
It's a gray area.
Yeah, it is a gray area.
But the bench that these light lifters can get in there, or the arch they can get in their backs, gives them a leverage advantage.
Brings their chest up high. It's a shorter stroke.
She looked like she bounced that a little bit.
Yeah,
when she
a little
got the
loose
press
on the
command.
bottom. But I mean, you can bounce it. You just have to wait for the press command. I mean, it's a longer command.
We can't hear the commands too, so we don't know exactly when it's issued. Is our chief referee using hand signals like she's supposed to? I'm not noticing those.
I haven't been paying attention.
There's supposed to be 3 hand signals in there. Start, press, and
well,
rack.
on the bench you can't see it anyway, so only the audience can see
but
it.
Those signals are for the audience. The audience can't generally hear the chief referee, and without the hand signals, the audience is at a loss to follow the competition. It's like a football or a basketball game where the only way you know what's going on in the field or the court is by looking at the signals from the referee.
All right,
Let's see if she uses her hands.
Ling
There
here.
she is.
She's a 5 kilo jump from her opener. 143.3.
Start command, hand comes down.
Squeeze it, nice.
No hand command to press and no hand command to rack.
All right, so Helena here, she's doing the same thing as Ling, but she's in a heavier weight class. So she went up to 65 as well. It's a 5 kilo jump for her, 143.3. A lot of similar lifts going on here. One of the biggest things I think as an athlete you could do is really communicate with your handoff guy, really tell him how you want it, make it your stage. I hear a lot of people complain about handoffs, but I often think it's partly your fault for not making sure they knew what you wanted. It's your right to go up there and say, hey, I want it like this, and they'll try their best. There we go. It's a good lift, Helena.
I wish our chief referee would start using all 3 hand signals.
All right, so that was a good lift for Helena. She is our Duke student. She's from New Jersey, but going to Duke right now. It's a good time. Well, I don't know. Duke wasn't doing too good on the basketball, I don't think, this year. Coach K's been out.
Has he?
Yeah, he's been out sick.
Jennifer, with your international lifting, do you ever find any language barriers with the handoff people?
No, well, IPF official language is English. That doesn't mean they're all speaking it, but usually if you can I usually just say ready up, and they can just figure out what it is from there. So Not usually. They're just listening to what you're saying. They don't have to repeat them. There you go. Come on, squeeze it.
Helena's pushing that up.
Nice. Woo! Yep, good lift for her. And then we have the same weight though. Oh no, this is up 2.5 kilos.
This is Mama Van Loo from California.
Yep, she's taking a conservative 2.5 kilo jump over her opener here.
That's such a
That
slight.
can't be right. That can't be the right person.
Such a slight
That's
increase.
Casey. That's not her. They're doing the same weight, so ultimately it doesn't matter, I guess.
Oh, you think the scorecard is wrong and it's Casey
Yeah,
Bringle.
that's definitely not her. Yeah, see, they just made her go down. I think this is
Somebody figured that out.
Yeah.
Okay, she touches the bar to
There you
her
go,
chest.
squeeze it. Oh boy, she's very wide grip.
I know you've written and published about what you think is the optimal grip width.
We use a mathematical formula.
Math teacher,
Yep,
yeah.
mathematical math
Physician,
teacher.
math teacher.
We measure the end of your clavicles from end to end, and then if you double that, that's the distance that you should have between your fingers.
Well, you're the best, so it must
Greg
be something
Knuckles has
to it.
written about it too. A lot of people say 1.5 to 2 times the distance of your clavicle length, but I think 2 times.
Okay.
But yeah, we have a kind of a neat seminar coming out called Powerlifting University, and many of our USA Powerlifting lifters, Bio Lane's in there, Greg Knuckles, Kimberly Walford, myself, and it's really all of us giving away our secrets for free. It's Powerlifting University. You can see it on my website, 132poundsofpower.com, or you can go to powerliftinguniversity.com. But it's really some of the biggest in our sport. Sharing information with you is pretty cool.
Well, that's nice. That's very generous of you.
Yeah.
And
oh, I think Bryce Lewis in there too.
yeah, it's one thing to give away the secrets, but it still requires other components like talent and training and dedication over years.
Well, it's a lot of really good advice that's out there for those, and a lot of us just do that to help grow our sport. We want to see our sport get big, mainstream, and we want to help everybody in there get there and get the sport to where we think it can be.
I think without exception over my years in powerlifting, everyone is gracious and sharing. And even at the international meets, you don't find any of this rancor that sometimes people talk about. The Russians cheer the Americans.
Yep.
In fact, I was visiting
squeeze it, Emma.
at breakfast. I was visiting with some Russians, so I thought maybe I should let the Democrats know that.
When I was lifting, I will never forget, I was lifting in Finland, and I was finishing the bench, and I broke the world record, and I was the last one. And every athlete and every coach was lined up when I walked back to the warm-up room and high-fived and clapped me on the back. And it was just, it brought tears to my eyes.
Yeah.
Because what a selfless moment for everyone. It really shows the community we have in powerlifting. And that's why I think I've stayed in that long. Many others have stayed in this long because we have a great community of people. And it is all pushing each other to their limits of what they can do. And we're happy and celebrate the accomplishments of everybody.
We do. Here's Jennifer Kim from New Jersey, her second attempt.
154. All right.
I've been at international meets, and I'll need help getting straps up on my suit or some such thing.
Yeah.
Lifters or coaches from other countries come over, and they don't speak any English at all, but they understand what I need, and they volunteer to help me, and they do help. And it's just a really great community of athletes.
I think so. We've made lifelong friends for. That's what a lot of these meets are fun, because you're coming back to hang out with your friends again, and you're from all different places in the world and all across the country, and you have these events that bring you all back together, and it's seeing old friends and making new friends every single time. I love it.
Absolutely.
All right, so we got Jennifer here. She's 154.3 on her second attempt out of Utah. She's got the Mark Bell Gangsta wraps on her wrists there. That's the other thing that she had a good lift that we see is we're getting a lot more companies, Rogue and Slingshot, and a lot of more companies getting their equipment in our sport, which I think is good because that just means more support for our sport.
More choices, more support.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we have Megan John coming up here. She's 159.8 in her bench press. Out of Colorado.
We appreciate the sponsorship of A7 International. They produced the revolutionary bench grip shirt for training.
Right.
Here's
And
Megan.
Yep, she's got that. And squeeze it, Megan, squeeze it. Squeeze it, bud. She really just didn't have enough speed off her chest. One of the things that I've learned is when you get it to your chest, you really want to treat it like a throw. And you really want to interact your lats. A lot of people don't do that. And if she could have just got her lats in there and threw it, she would have had more speed breaking that pause, which probably would have carried her through the middle of her lift a little bit better.
Well, those are great coaching points.
But we were mentioning sponsors. We have SSP Nutrition. That's Dennis Cherry's company. He's sponsoring the bench press. Since we're on the bench press here, he is one of the best raw bench pressers in the world. And he was tired of the supplements that we had, so he made his own company. And I've been using these supplements. Actually, I was with his test group when he was just in the production phase. And I've been a user ever since, and I can tell you they work. It's high quality, great nutrition, and he is a big supporter of powerlifting in our events and a lifter himself. So we're going to have a big showdown between me and Dennis tomorrow because the bench press, there's no male, female. It's whoever's got the highest Wilks.
Well, Dennis is pretty good, but I know for a fact that he's come up on the short end in years past going against you head-to-head, and he's had to wear pink singlet the next year.
Yeah. We always have a pretty good bet going.
Here's Jenny Lee.
Jenny Lee, good
she
lift.
Makes that look easy.
Yeah, we got a couple more lifters on their second, and then they took that lift away from Megan John back there. I think Emily's rounding out our lifts. Dennis and I have a very fun rivalry going on. He actually flew out to Iceland just to come watch me and hang out when we were there last month for the Reykjavik Games. It was an IPF event hosted by Iceland, and just hung out and had a great time. And he's been he's a great guy. He's a great contributor to sport. He does a lot of things for our sport that don't get noticed or are very quiet.
I know he sponsors the athletes and he sponsors our competitions, which is much appreciated. SSP Nutrition's supplements are all tested and approved by our Olympic testing lab.
You can use the code GENT and get 20% off.
There you go. Here's Emily.
All right, Emily. That looked really easy.
176
she had a 5
pounds.
Yeah, she went up. A 5 kilo jump was one of the bigger jumps of these ladies out of Texas. Tejas. All right, we're rounding into our thirds. No one's taken a real big jump from their second to their thirds in these bench presses. And it's a little bit of a more subdued atmosphere, it seems like. We roll through these benches. A lot of times the bench is not the strength of the sport. Like a lot of the women, the bench isn't their favorite. It can be, though.
Dennis Cherry's an amazing bench presser.
Yep.
And
he's been benching raw at 198 for years.
For years, he's had one of the best physiques in powerlifting. I remember at the National Bench Press Championships in Charlotte that you and your husband hosted. Dennis must have tried 661 pounds or some ungodly weight.
That was equipped,
when he was lifting in an equipped shirt at that beautiful theater that you lined up. What was the name of that theater? It's a historic
theater in
It's
Charlotte.
Gorgeous. Yeah. You two hosted a wonderful
and
meet.
That's
Look
why
at
you need
this.
the safety
That's
racks.
Why you need the safety racks. It just, she looked like she was in control, and just that quick she lost it.
And, you just can't catch that, especially when it's just a few inches off your face.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about. That's why you need those safety racks right there, even in raw lifting.
Yeah. And that was so unexpected. It looked like she had that barbell in control.
She just probably pushed towards her head a little bit too early, and then she just lost it over her wrists. sometimes it helps if you can make sure a lot of people don't wrap their wrists up high enough. I mean, there's a limit. You can't go to was it 2 centimeters over the wrist
Two
bone?
centimeters above the center line of the wrist.
But get that 2 centimeters, get it in there, because that's where you're supporting, and that's where you're not going to let it roll over your wrist, because it's supporting your hands in that area. A lot of people wrap them right under their wrists, and they're really not being used to their potential. Whew, so that was a little bit scary, but glad we had those racks there. So we're going to go up with Alyssa. She's got a little leg drive going there off her chest. That was good. All right, she's got 2 white lights, so that's good enough. She's got all these are third attempts. So we're rounding out the bench press here on flight A.
One of the great things about our sport is that it accommodates all different weight classes. So you can have small people and big people competing.
Yeah.
Short and tall.
Doesn't matter. It's for everybody. That's what I love about it.
There's a place for everybody, every body type.
And with the events being so different, you can usually find one that you're really great at.
Yeah.
You know, you have one that's you're particularly good at, and then you can get good at the other ones. But based on your body type, you know, long arm people are generally better at the deadlift. You know, shorter people are generally better at the squat. So.
No, she's got a big arch in her back.
Yeah.
Great flexibility. A wide grip too. She's taking a very wide grip. She must have her index fingers almost out to the 81 centimeter power
Oh, she did. I was
ring.
just looking. Yep. She had those first fingers right on those rings. That could be good and bad.
Would you look at her body structure?
Well, I'd want to look at her arm angle, like when she goes down to the
determine?
bottom. Yeah, you really want your, the arm angle of your forearm to your shoulder when it's in the down position at 90, or you can go. I like mine just outside of 90. But if you look at physics, there's a part where it becomes a disadvantage. You know, you're shortening your stroke by it being that wide, but you're not able to incorporate and make your muscles work like they could. They're at a disadvantage. So.
You're selling a wool from New Jersey.
Yep, squeeze it.
148 pounds.
Oh boy, nope.
Oh, the bar's coming down.
Eric's giving her a little pat. All right. So now we're up to 143 for the next 2 lifters. All right.
Moon Young Van Loo from California.
And she walked up and told the liftoff guy exactly what she wants, so she's going to get a good liftoff here. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. No.
She's not going to have the strength.
Nah. Her hand now on the flip side, her hands are really narrow. Called those tricep benchers, because the narrower your hands are, the more triceps you use and not your chest. But a lot of people end up having their hands very narrow because you're naturally stronger in your triceps because you use them a lot more in your chest. So people generally don't want to move them out because they're weaker that way initially until they can build up the strength in their chest. So they kind of stay their arms close. But the problem with that is your triceps are going to max out at a lower weight than your chest would if you could build it to its maximum strength potential.
Do the lifters who lift unequipped just with a cotton shirt rather than the heavy supportive shirts have the same stroke?
Yeah. I
So
should say yeah,
would
because generally with these newer shirts, a lot of times you got to take that bar a lot lower than you normally would. Wow, way to grind that out, Casey. That was great.
Do you coach lifters to take the same wide hand grip with unequipped that they would take with a shirt?
No, it's really very different because you have such support from that shirt. You can really make things a little bit different, and the advantage you get out of a shirt is going to overtake the advantage you would get out of your muscles, you know, by having them a certain way. So it really is kind of a whole different beast, the shirts versus the raw. Those bench shirts are really complicated things. You really have to spend a lot of time getting to know how to use them, the best way to use them, the best they change so much on how tight they are. You could definitely go wider in a bench shirt because you don't have to worry so much about your shoulders and things like that because you've got all that support.
When you lift with a shirt, a bench shirt, do you take a different hand spacing than when you
Not
lift
a different.
without?
Oh, poor Emma, she missed that. Not a different hand spacing, but it ends up hitting differently on your chest when you go down.
Okay.
So for me, but I know a lot of people are wider when they have the bench shirt on and a little bit narrower when they don't have it on. Just kind of depends on where you're strong at.
Here's Jennifer Kim coming out for her third attempt. Jennifer's from New Jersey, taking 160 pounds.
She's 2.5 kilos above her second. She's getting hopefully all 3 of these lifts here. Now
She's almost 1.5 times her body weight.
So she has her feet very wide where everyone else has theirs like underneath the bench. So it's so funny how you can have so many different variations in your form on this. Squeeze it. Nope.
She must get tremendous leg drive with her feet spread like that and able to keep them flat on the floor.
I would think she'd need them in a little more to actually engage her legs more, but I think more of the wide is just more like a stable base. I don't know that she's getting all that much leg drive with them out there that far.
The performance rules require that the lifters keep their feet flat, or as flat as the design of their shoes allow. So for some of the lifters, they don't have the flexibility in the ankles, knees, and hips to spread their feet real wide and keep them flat. Others do.
Yeah. I'm not one of them. I'm not a flexi girl.
No, I just have to say, on these light lifters, they lay down, you can see their rib cages.
Yep.
And with the guys who are 120 plus,
squeeze it. Come on, Jen. There you go. You got to squeeze those pinkies. Squeeze them, squeeze them. Ah!
She made it. She got it that one. Let's see what they say.
We'll see. Well, they
Good
gave
lift.
it to her. I mean, you can have uneven lockout as long as you don't ever make the bar go up, down. So, it was just a matter of that happening.
So with the men who lift in the 120 or 120 plus, you don't see any ribs ever.
Well, I don't know if you say ever, but it's a rarity.
You almost have to take a little ball peen hammer and tap them on the ribs to try counting them.
Well, there's no rule where you got to put that bar anymore, so it helps.
Now here's Megan. You can see her favorite grip has the hands way inside the 81 centimeter power ring. Quite a narrow grip, actually.
Yep. It's a little bit off-center too, but that's all right.
I think you'd probably call her a triceps presser, huh?
Yeah, it's almost like not quite a close grip bench, but it's in there. She probably needs to bring those out a little bit more.
Now, do you do many close grip benches in your training?
Oh, yeah. I have a whole day I do close grip benches
right.
just to work your triceps because, it's the top part of your lift, so you want your triceps nice and strong in that area. So, but I mean, they're close. Like, I'm rubbing my elbows, on the sides of my rib cage, my singlet, because you want them in nice and tight and really work that top end of them. But we do a whole tricep day.
And I've seen your training videos. You've got that day where you do those heavy support presses where you'll put
heavy holds
500 or 510 pounds on the barbell.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me is just incredible that you support that kind of weight for 10, 15, 20 seconds.
Try to do it for 15 seconds if you can. So we do those on bench and squat, and the idea is that you're working your little stabilizer muscles, overloading a little bit. But one of our friends was a chiropractor, and he sort of came up with that when he was in chiropractic school. He said, I bet these would be a big benefit for you, and they sure have. All right, Brianna. Oh, boy. It's interesting, like a lot of these girls are only going up, 5 pounds, and it's a difference for them from making and lifting. That 5 pounds, it doesn't seem like a lot, but when you weigh so little, that percentage is a lot bigger than what you would think it is. So you think, oh, that's only 2.5 kilos. Why can't they get that? But for their body weight, it's a bigger jump than you would really think it is. You see that a lot with the smaller girls.
In this sport, no matter how much you lift, you can always add one more feather on the
Oh,
barbell
I don't
and
know.
you miss.
Yeah, that's true. If you got it, if you got it calculated just right,
Just a feather.
It's a tough science.
Now Jenny's taking a real wide foot stance.
Yeah,
Look at that.
yep. She's gonna hold herself in there by giving herself a wide band. She's even in looks like wrestling shoes. There you
Wide
go.
grip,
Nice.
wide
grip.
foot stance.
Mhm.
Look how she just springs off the bench too.
Yep.
Good
All right.
lift for her.
Last lifter in this flight is Emily Gardner. She's
182 pounds.
Yeah, it's not a bad bench for a 57-kilo girl.
More than 1.5 times her body
Yeah.
weight.
Yep. Yep. She seems to be at the end of these flights, so subtotal wise, I think she's in the lead.
Emily lifts in the open and the junior class. She's come up from Texas, where everything's bigger and better. Look at how narrow her grip is.
She's very narrow as well, yeah.
Wow.
You can see a lot of big guys are narrow sometimes too.
She's big rib cage.
Yeah, nice. Easy. She's just been sort of walking through this meet, other than the one little glitch in the beginning where she missed her opener. But I think she's up. She's got the highest subtotal so far.
I'm looking at the forecast Wilks totals, and these women are putting up incredible numbers.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we have women who are forecast to finish with the 434, 425. Those are incredible performances.
They're putting it all out here. So now we're in flight B. This is our smaller flight. There's only 8 lifters in this flight, so this should roll through fairly fast.
Real fast. I mean, almost the lifters almost don't get a chance to catch their breath when they
I don't know.
leave
There's
the
3
platform.
flights, so that's
Yeah,
okay.
but these eight
Oh,
women,
yeah, within the flight, yeah, definitely.
they're cycling through in probably 30 seconds a lift.
Yeah, that's not really what you want to see. But they're all having to do it, so that's the way
Yeah,
it is, I
everybody's
guess.
at the same disadvantage.
Yep.
It's part of the competition.
Yep. Mhm.
When people evaluate the performances, sometimes I think they get misled by the number of plates on the bar rather than looking at the lifter's body weight.
Yeah.
And so the way to judge the performance is to look at these Wilks coefficients, and these are big Wilks coefficients.
Yeah, they're getting up there, for sure. There we go. So we have Laura. I want to say the Wilks was 375 to get into this meet, but I could be wrong. There we go. Easy openers for these girls.
Laura Vineyard from Missouri.
And again, they're all kind of staying within close range of their openers. We have 62.5 up to 77.5, so not a big variety in openers.
For many of these women, the final placing is going to come down to the deadlift.
Yeah. Yep.
The old saying that the meet's not over till the bar hits the floor.
That's right. I always feel like the bench press is really where if you can really train it, work at it, you can really make a huge advantage, particularly in the female powerlifting on your competitors. Because really, I mean, if you look at, they're all lifting kind of within the same range. So, usually when I'm lifting, I'm, near the bottom after the squat and back up front after the bench. And I always say, like, if you could just work that bench and get it going, it's a huge advantage. Because there's just not a lot of big female benchers out there. So if you can get it going, it's a big plus in this numbers game. It's a good opening for Allie there.
I think the physical attributes needed for big benching differ so much from the attributes for big squat and big deadlift.
Oh, yeah. Well, for women, I mean, just your squatting legs itself is something more accurate to do, or more obvious to do in sports, like when you grow up, you play soccer or things like that. So we don't have too many sports that require strong upper bodies for women.
No, you correct me, but I think you have the highest Wilks coefficient for bench, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Men or women.
And
yeah.
you
Raw.
have, you don't, if you don't mind my saying, you have a very lean upper body, upper torso compared to Leanne Bling or Stephanie Duzick. Those women are big benchers, but they have squarer, thicker bodies than you.
That was an easy bench for Jenica. Yeah, I don't really know why it's like that.
I mean, you're just you're very lean. Nobody would ever look at you and guess that you're such an outstanding bencher.
Yeah. I don't know why. It's just an anomaly, I guess. I don't know. All right, we got Miriam out of Canada here. She's opening with 159.8. So we see what our Canadian friend here can do on her opener. I like watching her. She's very energetic. Let's see if she keeps it for the bench. She's got a big smile.
She's our firefighter in training.
Yes.
Look at that arch she can get as she gets set on the bench. Tremendous flexibility. We don't see that in the men.
Nice.
Lots of speed.
So easy. Good opener. I hope she's going to put some weight on the bar for that second one. Yeah, big smile. All right, we got our last three here. We got Ashley Knox, Streaky Yakes, and Raina Rockin. Those are some good names.
So talk to us a little bit about the strategy that these lifters employ on their opening bench. They want to make a real easy opener in the bench so they don't bomb out.
Yeah. Well, I think too with the raw lifting, which is much different than the equipped lifting, you know, you don't want to tax yourself on your first one. I mean, you really need to save things for those bigger lifts, and it's pretty tough to do 3 heavy lifts in a row on the bench. So you really want a good variety, a very light opener, kind of a medium, second, so that you have enough energy to hit a big bench on the end. Whereas, with the equipped lifting, you can hit 3 heavy lifts in a row because you got that support. Here you don't. So I think that's a big difference in raw lifting is you have to be really good at conserving enough strength for one big lift at the end.
That's good advice. Here's Alicia Knox knocking off a 165-pound opener.
That was good. Knox knocking off. All right. We got 170.9 for Streaky here.
Streaky's coming up, and we appreciate the sponsorship from A7 International. They produce the revolutionary bar grip shirts. A lot of lifters wear those during training leading up to competition. The bar grip shirts have breathable silicone grip printed directly onto the back of the shirt, eliminating need for chalk. You can see these lifters come out all chalked up, and if the cover on the bench is suede, eventually that suede surface gets messed up.
I think our other sponsors, liftinglarge.com and Teal Adaman. I've been on a few world bench teams with her. Her and her husband own the Lifting Large, so good supporters of USA Powerlifting. They sell all sorts of stuff on their site. Oh, that was a quick press.
Streaky drives that right up.
Yeah, she's like, no problem. The magnets are falling off. All right, so, and then Raina is going to have the biggest, she's going to tie Streaky in the heaviest opener here. And they're both from Georgia. So 170.9. She's got the higher lot number, so she's going to go second. All right, let's see what Raina's got for us here.
She sets up with a huge arch, digs her shoulders into the bench, spreads the feet wide.
Real narrow grip for her.
Narrow grip.
Yeah, she's got such a high arch though that she's not going to have to move the bar that much.
Let's see how low she can touch. She touches real low. I mean, she takes advantage of that thickness in her rib cage.
Oh yeah. Well, good. Like we have all good openers for our first round here. All good lifts.
We've had white lights on nearly all these benches.
Yeah.
I remember I was at the Masters World Bench in New Zealand in 2009. Oh, the lifters just miss left and right.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I bet
Was it equipped or raw?
equipped. I'll bet that they miss 70% of the lifts.
Yeah.
And one of the IPF executive committee members spoke at the athletes banquet on Saturday night. He said, no one wants to come and watch you guys miss.
Right.
You should be better at picking your attempts.
Yeah. Too true. Too true.
So here's Laura from Missouri.
There we go.
She's got those old school Chuck Taylors.
Yeah, it's good solid second in there. She went up a conservative 2.5 kilos from her opener to her second. And Ashley's going to go up 5 kilos from her opener to her second to 148.8 from Michigan. Michigan has been hit tough in this economy, but they seem to be coming back a little bit better lately.
They've been hit tougher by all the lake effect snow that falls after the cold winds blow across Lake Michigan. We haven't had any ice on Lake Michigan this winter, so when we get a cold northwester out of Canada, it really kicks in the lake effect. Jack Marcus has to keep a little hatch on the top of his house to crawl out. The snow gets so deep around his house.
That's crazy. All right, so it was good lift for Ashley. She commanded that quite easily. We have Allie coming up out of D.C. Yeah. It's been a fairly warm winter for everybody here until this weekend in Columbus, and it's really cold now.
Yeah, I'm sure that people were surprised when they walked into the Columbus Convention Center this morning and
freezing out
saw
there right
the
now.
snow on the ground.
Oh, that's a little bit crazy. So we're going to take a little bit of time to, I guess, clean up the bar a little bit.
We must have some bodily fluid on the bar, maybe.
I don't know. Who
They're
knows?
using bleach. Maybe. So we're here in Columbus, Ohio at the 2017 Arnold with Jennifer Thompson and Robert Crawford.
How many years we been here? Is it what? How many years?
I don't know how far back we go. We've been
years,
at the Arnold for a long time.
Maybe 9 years.
And
I'm not sure.
I'm a huge Arnold fan. I used to subscribe to all the magazines back in the 60s. Arnold would be on the cover 11 months out of 12 for strength and health. And he'd do some featured article, Arnold on triceps, Arnold on biceps, Arnold on delts.
Yeah.
So on and so on.
Yep, we have his book. He wrote a good book on all the different exercises.
Sally Ferris.
Allie, squeeze it. And, he just posted a video of him lifting with Franco Colombo on YouTube.
Yeah, I remember Franco and Arnold. I was out in Sacramento in 2005 when Arnold was the governor, and I walked into a cigar store across the street from the state capitol building in Sacramento.
He was there?
He wasn't there, but the owner had a couple of the magazines with Arnold on the cover back in his bodybuilding heyday.
Nice, yeah.
And, here he is. You go across the street, he's in the governor's office.
Well, it's neat because of his movies and things, even the younger generation is well aware of who he is and what he's accomplished. Even my own boys are very interested in Arnold. When Donovan lifted here a couple years ago, Arnold came and watched when he was lifting, and he walked right in front of my boys, and they were just starstruck. He usually comes here on Fridays, so we'll wait and see if we see him at some point today.
We won't see anything back here in this tent they have us hiding in.
All right, Ashley with a really strong second of 170.9.
I admire Arnold for putting money back into the sport. We need sponsors like Arnold who can put big money into the sport. And for him to fund and put his name behind the Arnold Sports Festival, not only here in the U.S., but in about
they're popping up all over the place.
Half
South
dozen places
Africa,
around the world.
Spain, and New Zealand, or Australia, all over. All right, Jenica. I really like her name, Jenica, from Indiana.
Well, it's probably very close to Jennifer.
It is, but it's like they put Jennifer and Monica together and got Jenica.
Well, you'll have to consider that for your next child.
No more. I'm done with children. I've got all I can handle. All right, so we got 170.9 for Jenica here.
Look at how wide she spreads her feet.
Yep.
Gosh. And
Squeeze it.
wide
Nice.
grip. Big,
She's
big
just been
chest.
brutally strong this
chest.
whole as a junior lifter, and she's got to be towards the younger end, I would think, of that junior age group.
Yeah, she'll fill out yet.
Just brutally strong on all her lifts, just really muscling everything up. All right, we got Miriam from Canada coming up with she took a good 7.5 kilo jump. She's going 176.4. The opener was so easy though.
She's our firefighter trainee.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Good stretching out before she gets on there.
Moderately wide foot placement.
Yep.
Big chest.
Not bad. Squeeze it. Nice. She's got way more. I hope she puts a little something on there. She could get ahead in this bench press.
She is one of the top 3 benchers in her flight.
Yeah, she could really put some distance between herself and the other athletes by putting in a good third. We'll see what she does. And then Streaky Yates and Raina Rockin are, again, same attempt on the seconds, 181.9 for both these lifters. They're the same openers. Now they have the same seconds. And they're both from Georgia. I wonder if they know each other.
Streaky's got to be a crowd favorite.
Mm-hmm.
She's got that fancy belt on with a cow fur on it.
Well, she's got a nice personality that matches all her color and
I think that's
outfits.
Holstein skin fur on that belt. That's real cowhide.
It may be. There we
There's
go.
Johnny Graham, Vice President of USA Powerlifting.
For many years,
Cat
yeah.
1 referee. Johnny's put a lot into our sport.
He's nice, easy. Put something on there, girl.
Good lift for Streaky. Streaky likes her chances.
Yeah, Johnny's
Three
holding the IPF Raw Bench Press Championships in April.
Johnny is an international meet promoter. He holds a lot of meets in Killeen, and international meets, national meets. Johnny travels all over the world to administer our sport, referee at the sport, coaches the world teams. Johnny coached the Masters World Team in Estonia in October.
Mm-hmm. And he has his own military team that he coaches too.
Yeah. Johnny gives as much to our sport as anybody.
All right, let's see how Raina look compared to Streaky here.
Raina Rockin.
I don't know. They both look pretty good. Be interesting to see now because Raina has a higher lot number. She can see what Streaky puts in before she puts in hers. So there's a slight advantage to having a higher lot number in this case.
I can tell you what the secret is for Streaky and Raina Rockin. It's that Georgia red clay.
Yeah.
It must go up through the roots of the lettuce and the produce.
Oh yeah, we got that all up in North Carolina too. It's all red clay.
That red clay sticks to everything when it gets wet, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It does, and gets all over things. Gino's talking about David Ricks there, and he's just sort of putting his head down, ignoring it.
Gino's worked up. You know, you look on Facebook, and Gino must have 1,000 pictures that come from all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody who goes to a powerlifting meet wants a picture with Gino.
Oh yeah, he's all over now too. And I remember his very first meet was at a bench press competition in Rockaway, New Jersey. I can't remember which year it was, but it was early on, maybe early 2000s. And he was so great that he's never left the sport. People want him.
People love Gino. There's Laura.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Laura's 3 for 3 on the bench. She got a big smile, so she's happy with that. Yeah, before Gino came, it was really kind of boring, monotonal, like this person up. There wasn't a lot of personality, and he brought some great flair and hype to these competitions.
Gino brings energy. The interesting thing is Gino's a tall man. He must be
really
6'5", 6'6".
Yeah.
And so a lot of the lifters, men and women in the lighter weight classes, are smaller, shorter people. They'll have their pictures taken with Gino. He just towers over them.
All right, Ashley. She's going to go 3 for 3 also with the same weight of 154.3. Up.
Oh,
We'll see if they notice that little foot.
that foot moved. I don't know
jump.
if it came off the.
All right, good. The assigned referees have like so much to look at. You know, they have to look at the butt and the bar and the feet and everything. So sometimes a little foot jump like that, you can get away with it because they're so busy looking at so many things all at one time.
You're right. There is a lot to judge on the bench press between butt, feet, bar travel, pad.
The command off the chest.
Yeah, the commands. And so if you get a chief referee with the quiet voice and there's a lot of noise in the venue, it can be hard for the side referees to hear the commands.
Yeah.
See if the lifter beat the command.
Yeah. All right, so Allie's going for 170.9. She's got herself jacked up and ready to go. Come on, Allie.
She gets a good setup.
Yeah.
Now, you like the decline bench press because it gets your shoulders dug into the bench the way you like to set up for your flat competition bench.
Yeah, it's kind of what you're trying to mimic in the flat bench, the decline is. So you just practice in the decline and then try to mimic it in the flat. All right, so let's see. Big breath here for Allie. All right, squeeze it, Allie.
Oh, too much today. Sorry, Allie.
That's all right. It was only 2.5 kilos off her second, so she didn't lose a lot by missing that last bench right there. So Ashley also is just going to go up a conservative 2.5 kilos, and so she's going to go 176.4.
Well, Ollie's forecast to finish with a 390, 389 Wilks, which is a huge Wilks formula.
Right.
Ashley's forecast to finish with 406. I mean, there's a lot of talent here in this class.
That used to be a rarity to get a Wilks of 400, and now it's more common, which is good. Says our sports
I
going.
wouldn't say common. There's just a lot of talent here.
Yeah. It's happening more often, maybe.
Well, I think one of the exciting things about our sport is how we get women involved.
I said that in just an interview not too long ago. We're one of the very few sports I feel like that our men really support us as well, and they celebrate in our accomplishments as well, and there's not such a big diversity. You know, it's more together, and I really love that. And, you know, and that was the reason, no left for Ashley, that was the reason we used to have a women's nationals and a men's nationals separately, right? Now they're together, and one of the reasons they're together is because we're all, you know, a lot of times the men are the women's coach and the women's are the men's coach, and so they want to be together at one meet to support each other and not be separate, and that says a lot about the support between men and women at our sport.
I like having the men and women lifting together at the nationals again, as well as having the sub-juniors, juniors, open, and master all in one meet, because we have enough division between equipped and raw now.
Yeah.
You know, you talk about women lifting in the sport. We had our first drug-free meet in the United States in 1981, no women. In 1982, we did another drug-free meet, and the proposal was to include women. One of the co-meet directors said he would not participate in the meet if women lifted in 1982 because he didn't think it was appropriate for women to lift.
Nice.
So the meet went ahead without his involvement.
Come on, Jenica. Oh, this is the first time I've really seen her fail.
Jan Todd came over to Mobile, Alabama to lift in 1982 at the United States Marine Corps Army where the meet was held. She set what was then a world record in the deadlift with 501.5
Wow, good for
pounds.
her.
A photographer from Sports Illustrated flew down from New York City to little old Mobile, took photographs, and there was a one-page story in Sports Illustrated about Jan Todd's world record deadlift, woman deadlifting. I think probably 10 women lifted in that meet in August '82 in Mobile, Alabama.
It's pretty neat.
I can't remember how awards were passed out, but we probably used the old Malone formula that Pat Malone came up with when he was at Purdue.
Here's Miriam. She's going up 5 kilos, so there we go. Nice job. And then, that was really good. She had all of that. She's happy with that. And then if we look at the next two lifters, again, they're doing the same weight. They're just going 2.5 over her, Jen and Raina. They're staying with the same bench. Interesting.
We still have a few veteran women lifters left over from Pat Malone's team involved in powerlifting. One of them is Ruth Welding. Ruth was a young 22-year-old.
She did Olympic weightlifting for a while too, right?
Ruth has done everything: powerlifting, Olympic lifting, bodybuilding. She's been a Cat 1 referee in our sport for 20 years. Ruth is one of the great pioneers in our sport. She had surgery on her shoulder about a year ago, and, complaining about some injury. And a week before she goes in for surgery, she put pictures up on Facebook doing exercises with 100-pound dumbbells.
That sounds about right. That's Ruth for you. All right, Streaky Yakes, just under 200 pound here with 192.9.
Come on, Streaky.
Oh boy, she really took that bar down so fast. She lost her tightness off her chest on that one. But
Yeah,
that's
you think that's a coaching year to lower the bars so fast, because you do have to stop it.
Right, you could see her. She was sort of mimicking it as she walked off. She knew she made a technical error on that. I mean, you want to have good speed down, but you have to be able to stop it and hold it and not just let it sink on your chest.
Right. Well, you'll have to say something to Streaky later today.
Yeah, nah. She's come work out with me a few times, actually.
All right, Streaky.
All right, so here's Raina. She's going to try to put it on her now by getting this 192.9.
Two Georgia girls going head-to-head here.
She looked good on that second lift, so I think if she just can keep her head together, she'll be all right with this.
She's got that narrow grip. Look at that. Wow, that's narrow. Big chest, though. She gets it right down in the top of her rib cage.
Oh, no, ha! Boy.
Oh, those spotters.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, it's surprising because I thought based on that second they would have had those thirds, but goes to show you.
You talk about women's powerlifting. As recently as 1982, it was considered fairly controversial for women to be lifting weights. Mm-hmm. Down south, the women don't sweat. At least that's what the damsels down there will lead you to believe.
Well, I think my first meet was in 1999, and it was a little bit, but I mean, it's changed a lot from then till now. It's, hugely more acceptable for women to be in the gym and into the free weights. But when I first started, it was still a little odd to be doing it.
Yeah.
They give you weird looks, or, I had one guy tell me that, I had too many muscles for a woman, and, just silly things like that. And it's changed a lot, gratefully. I think we have a lot of good role models that are proving that to be wrong.
Well, I hope that we have a lot of people from the Pentagon command staff watching this competition on the internet and looking at what these women are lifting, so when they make decisions about women being in combat roles or military and police, they get rid of half of their men.
Yeah.
Some judges will joke about the bailiffs being entitled to shoot somebody when they get a step on them as they're running away, because these guys will be so overweight, carrying a 25-pound equipment belt, that a prisoner starts running, these overweight male bailiffs are never going to catch him. And you take these women who are in good shape and strong, they can do all the work.
Yeah, I think pretty much anyone can do what they want to do if they set their mind to it. I think mind's a powerful thing. So let's see, we got Natalie coming out with her openers, 170.9 here, rocking her lime green singlet. She always has a smile on her face.
And now we're going to see world champion Bonica Lowe in this flight C.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to start at 140 kilos. That will be about 50 kilos more than anybody else.
There we go. Natalie's got a really long stroke that she's got to deal with. Not much of an arch on her. She's going to have to work hard through those benches. All right, we got the next two lifters, the same weight of 176.4 for Julianne, Gina. We have a lot of similar openers until we get down to Bonica.
Bonica's in a class of her own.
Yep, she is. But some of the fun things for, I think, these women is these meets allow all sorts of women to lift together, to lift with a Bonica. I'm sure they're just enjoying being on the same stage with her and lifting with this caliber lifter. And then maybe thinking one day that'll be them.
Oh, for sure. It's always a treat for a slightly lesser skilled lifter to lift on the same platform with the world champion.
Yep. These a lot of the Pro Raw here is a lot more of our newer lifters, and then we have the Slingshot Pro American tomorrow with a little bit more of our veteran lifters in that one. But either way, it's a great event. Whichever day you work, you can't go wrong lifting at an event at the Arnold. They're all great.
Well, if you like strength sports and muscle talk and muscle equipment, the Arnold in Columbus, Ohio is the place to be every March.
And you like crowds.
Crowds.
And you like a lot of people in one place at one time.
It's different than a state fair. It's all fitness and muscle heads.
Yep. It's good people watching.
Matter of fact, when I was in the breakfast room at the hotel this morning across the street, I was one of the only hotel guests having breakfast who was interested in spandex and a tank top.
You should show up differently tomorrow. That'd be great.
I think if I showed up in spandex and a tank top, they'd probably exile me to my room.
Well, this is Gina. Gina is one of our tallest competitors, and she's using blocks for her bench press. That is interesting.
That is interesting. Wasn't Gina the lifter who had her rack height in the squat up to 16?
Yeah, very tall.
Why do you think that she uses the 5 centimeter blocks?
I don't know if I can. I have no idea. Clearly, she feels like it works for her.
She's almost doing a decline bench press.
Maybe that's
with her long legs up so high.
Yeah.
She has to have her buttocks on the bench at some point.
Yeah, for me, with your legs up higher like that, I would think that your the opportunity for you to raise your butt up off the bench would be much greater. But if it works for her, it works for her. Who am I to say?
What's that?
I said, who am I to say?
Yeah, it's just interesting. She's an accomplished lifter, but everybody has an individual style they bring to it based on their body mechanics and their experience gleaned from training and competing.
All right, Chloe, spelled with a K, 192.9. We're getting up to 200-pound range here.
Chloe's in our open and our junior class. Local girl from Indiana.
Yep. She's got the Titan. They have a special singlet that they screen with the American flag on there. They're out of Texas. They're a big supporter of USA Powerlifting. See a lot of those special. They have a special name for those singlets. I can't remember what they are.
They call them the international singlets.
Do they?
And Titan does such a beautiful custom job on its bench belts too.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I don't mind bragging. I just got 2 red Python skin belts from Titan.
Python, huh?
With gold levers. And Pete Allen has worked with the design and put USA on the back of it, embroidered it on the back in a red, white, and blue motif like the U.S. flag with gold thread and gold trim around the USA. It's just a gorgeous belt. I'm almost afraid to put it on and train and lift in it. Just artwork.
Pete Allen you were so flashy.
Pete Allen has promised artwork and he produced.
Yeah, we had some.
Here's Debbie Ziegler.
192.9 for her. She's got some stars and stripes on those socks.
But it is nice to have equipment like that. When you compete on the international stage, it's nice to go up.
Yeah, proud of who you are and where you're from.
Let the other people in the world know where you're from.
Absolutely. So let's see, we have Sarah. She's opening up the same as Debbie and Chloe. So they all have similar openers of 192.9.
I might be too parochial in my viewpoints, but I was talking with the Cat 1 IPF official yesterday, and he's telling me that, different people around the world don't like Americans. and he mentioned some people. I thought, how could you not like Americans?
Well, I don't know.
And then I was in the breakfast room this morning with the Russian wrestlers sitting next to me. There were 4 of them. And the whole news broadcast on the 72-inch television screen from CNN was talk about how much or how little contact people from President Trump's organization have had with the Russians and what it all meant. But if the Russians are right next to me eating breakfast, and to listen to the CNN people talk about America and Russia, you would think that the Russians were devils.
Wow.
So, sport is a great equalizer.
It can be, yes, absolutely. If you can put all the other stuff aside and just focus on the sport itself, I think is a good idea.
I've met some really nice Iranian officials in the sport over in Estonia in October. Beautiful people.
All right, so we got Shelby coming up here. She kind of took her time with her squat setup, and she's doing the same with her bench, which is nice.
She's pacing herself.
Yeah, she's got it going on. There
a little shaky with her start.
There you go.
Oh, snaps
Easy.
that bar
nice.
up. That's 204 pounds.
Yeah,
Huge.
that's great opener, really strong, good speed on that.
Huge weight.
So now we have our lifter. I guess she just didn't want to squat. Ogechi from Maryland.
She can't do that. The rules prohibit somebody from taking an attempt in the bench if they don't take an attempt in the squat.
Well, I don't know what to say about that.
Well, listen. I was at the 2015 IPF.
Oh, no, look at, they're skipping her. So, I don't know. Maybe her number's in there. So like
maybe they just forgot to take her.
I
was at the IPF 2015 World Masters Powerlifting Championships in Denver. A Mongolian team came over, all the way from Mongolia, the other side of the world. And during the flight of 3 Mongolian lifters, the word kept coming up from the warm-up room that they were injured and they couldn't squat. Then they came out to bench press. Johan Smith, the technical secretary of the IPF, jumped up from the jury table, rushed over and said, "You cannot bench press. You didn't take a squat attempt.
You got to at least get the bar with the collars on."
And these guys didn't know what the rule was, and they didn't speak any English either. They just about flipped out.
I bet, because they came from a really
the
far
other
away
side of the world to learn what the rules were.
Yeah. All right, here comes Tabitha. She's opening with 220 in the 84 plus from Minnesota.
That's a big weight, 220 pounds.
Yeah.
In a t-shirt.
It's good stuff.
That's a lot of weight to press.
That is her opener, so that's cool. There we go. Well, that was a quick press. Woo.
Quick, a lot of speed. She's got a nice wide grip.
Yeah. All right, and then next we're going to have B here. She's coming up with 308.6 as her opener, so.
Wow.
Nice, heavy opener.
The world champ is
she's in the house.
Keeping the pedal to the metal. She's not coasting.
Well, that's what's so fun about this meet in particular is it's not a team event, like a world team or things like that, or there's not any other than NAPF. There's not any positions on the line for teams. You really can just go all out and have fun.
Yeah.
The only thing on the line is some cash.
Yeah.
So why not have this fun meet and just see what you got?
Look at all those plates she has on the bar. Holy cow.
All right, she's doing a good job explaining how she wants that.
Gino's worked up.
Yeah.
I hope the handoff man can hear Bonika's instructions over Gino.
She has a very robotic way of setting up. She kind of goes through all these different positions. I think it's important, it doesn't matter which event you're talking about, that you have what we call a cadence or something that you go through every time, because it kind of takes your mind off the event and kind of makes you go through what you're normally used to doing and getting yourself in that right position you need to lift in.
Look at the arch she has in her back, though. I mean, you could slide a football underneath her back right now.
Oh, nice.
Huge arch, big chest, a lot of speed.
It didn't look big from the front, but you can't really tell from the front, the arch.
Well, she kept those hips arched.
You want an arch.
You
want your chest up high enough to use your pec muscles the most you can. So you don't want the whole idea of the arch is take your shoulders out of it. You don't want your shoulders. You shouldn't have sore shoulders after you bench press. You're using the wrong muscles. So the idea of the arch is to get your chest muscle up so that you're using all your pecs. So I agree. It's good arch. It's something you want to get.
So Bonica takes a commanding lead.
Yeah.
And her forecast Wilks total, if she gets her opening deadlift, would be 491.
Nice. That's good. You don't see a lot of the heavyweight girls having the biggest Wilks. All right, so we got Ellen here, 170.9. It's a good second. Nice and easy and good speed on that. She's listed as an open lifter. And let's see, now we're moving into Natalie Tirana. There we go. Looks like Arian Kamesi is her coach. He's coaching a lot of the lifters here this weekend.
Yeah, he's a great coach and
he's a junior coach for the world team. Yeah.
And IPF official.
Yep.
Does it all.
Yep.
Our organization is by and large a volunteer organization. People contribute their time and energy to the sport because they love the sport. It takes a lot of volunteers to run this thing.
Oh, yeah, and they work their tails off all weekend.
Yeah, and the setup starts 2 days in advance.
Come on. Oh, she was like delayed at pushing that off her chest. She'll come back and get that, I think. She's got put together a little better.
Gina's got that music turned up now with that heavy bass.
You can see Gina, she's rocking it out off to the side there. She's getting her dance groove on.
The vibration is going right up my shin bones. We need about 12 referees to run each AM and PM session.
Yep.
Announcers.
And then the jury. Yeah.
Spotters, loaders. Lots of work involved here.
All right, Gina. Let's get this second one. She only went up 2.5 kilos off her opener.
I always encourage, now here she's using boards. Those long legs are hers. Wonder why she uses boards. I've never seen that with somebody with legs that long.
You have to go interview her after this and find out why.
Yeah, it must be a trade secret.
Yeah. That's a good lift for her. Nice and easy. Julie Brooks coming up with 187.4.
In fact, none of the smaller women, who are much shorter than Gina, use boards. She's the only lifter in the 3 flights.
Yeah. Well, it's a little different, but whatever works. All right, so Julie's out of California. She's kind of a taller girl, too. No wrist wraps for Julie. So one thing too is, you only have a minute to get the start, but really it's plenty of time to really get up there and take your time to set up correctly. You don't need to be rushed as long as you're ready. They call your name. There you go, good.
Nice strong press.
Yep. So this next one we have Chloe and Debbie are hitting the same lift. They're going 209, so we're getting into the 200-pound
These women have all 3 flights. The women have been good about keeping their feet flat on the floor.
Oh yeah, very few rule infractions going on.
Some of the bigger men have a hard time digging their feet in without the outside of their shoes coming up.
Yep.
Because they don't have the ankle flexibility.
Yeah. Junior American record they're calling here. So let's go, Chloe, 209. That's not a bad bench. She's in the 72-kilo weight class. Squeeze it. Oh, yeah. She might get 2 Junior American records this round because that was pretty easy.
She's having a great meet.
Yeah. That was great. Congratulations to her. All right, we got Chloe coming up out of Indiana. Whew. Oh, no. That was just her. Now we're on Debbie. All right. Debbie Ziegler. Oh, so Debbie's got blocks too.
She's got on those coordinated socks.
Like it. See all the chalk pounding off that bench.
That's where AZ International's found a market for their shirts.
Yeah, for sure. There we go. Nice. I don't really know what, like, I understand they're not illegal or they're illegal in competition, but I wonder why. Because you're not really getting an advantage out of your bench press. I mean, it's making you grippy on the bench, but I don't know. I can't really think of.
Well, maybe our governing body will re-examine the performance rules.
They're pretty good at like going with the flow and re-looking at things and adjusting where they need to be adjusted. So. Sarah Brunner with 215 pounds out of PA. The East Coast really, you look at a lot of our lifters, almost all of them are from the East Coast. We have a huge powerlifting population really on the east side of the United States is where we see our bigger numbers. Oh, I think she forgot the press on that one.
Well, it's hard to know because our chief referee isn't using hand signals.
Yeah. Yeah, but she didn't even like give her the chance to say press. She just did a touch and go on that one. So that was on the lifter there. It's easy to kind of like, just you get up there and the music's going and the bright lights the stage. It's easy to kind of make a little rookie error, we'll say, on that.
Well, the music's getting louder
yeah.
as the morning goes on.
As the chief referee, when I usually have a whopping headache by the end of the day because you're having to yell so much and be loud so the lifters can hear you and the music. And
I wear custom earplugs with 0 decibel reduction.
Nice.
So it's supposed to block all the sound, but everything's loud enough that you can hear pitches.
You can still hear what's going on. Huh, interesting.
Same earplugs I wear on my motorcycle.
Aha. All right, so I like Shelby here. She takes her time getting herself set up and in her position that she needs to be in.
She's 220 pounds on that bar. That's a lot of weight.
That's good. Nice. Great speed down to her chest. Stayed tight. Powered it up. That was a great bench press. Really good form for Shelby there. So we got Tabitha coming up with 242 and a half. Some good numbers here.
We appreciate the sponsorship of AZ International. They produce the revolutionary bar grip shirt. A lot of the lifters train in those, and everybody's wearing an AZ shirt today without the silicone grip printed on the back.
Yeah, and Mark Bell with the Slingshot, he's one of our sponsors. That Slingshot has really changed a lot of the way people lift. Doing board presses with the Slingshot and Slingshot, with just the straight bar, is incorporated whole new exercises into training for bench press by that one creation of the Slingshot.
That's a regular part of your training, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I like it. Kind of helps you practice lifting heavier weights that you couldn't normally lift, but you're really working on the top end strength. And I usually use it to really practice the speed on the way down also. It's a great tool, just a good accessory workout. All right, Tabitha, 242. Oh boy, nope.
Oh, she's stuck. Not today. Oh, the spotters there were
a little off pace.
A little
there.
off, yeah.
Yeah, she got down. I thought she was just doing an exaggerated pause and then it just didn't go. That's okay. Just didn't stay tight enough.
So here comes Bonica.
Yep. 320.
Coached by world champion Kimberly Walford.
Yep. Kimberly does a really great job at keeping B centered because she is so bubbly and she is so, her personality is really infectious and all over the place, and then Kim kind of brings her and settles her in.
There are few who can psych like Kimberly Walford.
Yeah, and so they're really good. She's really good for her.
Here's Bonica coming out with 319.7 pounds.
Yep, she's going to go through her
320
setup here.
pounds.
Yeah.
See, look at when she falls onto her shoulder blade, she's still got that
Really
huge arch in her
flexible
back.
for someone her
Yeah.
size. Yep. All right. And then you'll see her put her feet flat as she gets the weight to keep that arch in there. Oh, yeah. Smoke
blew it
that.
away. Blew it away.
She's got, what do you think, 330, 340 today maybe? All right, this is our third attempt, our last flight of bench press here. So we'll go through these third attempts, take a little break, and then bring the deadlifts. I always find the deadlifts so exciting because it's really a lot of positions jockeying around.
We're coming to you live from the Arnold Sports Festival in Columbus, Ohio. Jennifer Thompson and Robert Crawford are providing your commentary. We hope you're enjoying yourself.
All right, so we got Ellen here. She had a really powerful squat. She's rounding out her bench with 176.4. Squeeze it good. She's got good drive with her leg. If you see her hips jump when she's taking it off her chest. She's got good leg drive.
Ellen's having a nice meet today.
She is. I think she got all squats, yeah, and all benches. So she's 6 for 6 so far. So probably had a little bit more on that bench, but staying conservative, I guess. All right, so Natalie's going to repeat her second.
Ellen's looking at a 422 projected Wilks if she makes her opening deadlift.
Yeah.
That's a big score.
All right, come on, Natalie. Get yourself together there, girl.
Gino just turned his public address system up.
Yep. She knows she needs this. Oh, she took her own bar out.
Few lifters do that.
Squeeze. Come on. She's got it. Nice. Well, I think that was a change. I think she took the lift off before and maybe thought that she'd get in a better position herself. But you waste a lot of energy doing that.
Yeah.
But good for her. I'm glad she ended on that note. So we're going to go up to 187.4 for Gina out of Michigan.
Jennifer, how many athletes do you typically have train at your home gym?
Our home gym?
Thompson's gym.
Well, it's usually me and Donovan, and we call him Wheat, Big Jeff from, he's a big equipped bench presser, but then we have some neighbors, and then my son and his baseball team.
Oh, well, that would be a treat for the neighbors to come over and train with all the world champions.
Yeah. Well, they always think we have a party going on at our house of all the cars parked outside. They're always wondering what the heck's going on over there.
And then do you coach your son's baseball team?
My husband does.
He does all that.
I help with the weight training, but he does the coaching of the baseball.
Oh, that's what I meant.
I'm the emotional support.
Okay. but you handle the weight training for the baseball team.
Yeah, I help out with it. Yeah, and we start doing some agility
and are the
stuff.
kids hitting a lot of long balls?
Oh, they've gotten better. Yeah, it's been a huge improvement. Let's see, Gina. Push it, Gina. Come on now. There you go. Squeeze it. But it is an interesting fact, that weight training can give you an edge in any sport that you're in. And, they're only 13 years old, but and we didn't let them start lifting until they were 13 years old. But the difference in them last season to this season, those balls are going way farther. I mean, it really is so neat to see that improvement. And they're really enjoying it, too. We spent a lot of time making sure they got good form, and they're not maxing out or anything, but they're gaining strength. So,
well,
big
in years past, if they lived on a farm, they'd be out at 4 a.m. doing farm chores before they went to school at 6.
Yeah, the kids, they grew up much different nowadays with the video games and, sports aren't what they used to be, but there's still some in there.
And how much CrossFit training do you incorporate into your workouts on a monthly basis? I see videos of you flipping big tractor tires.
Oh, yeah, we call those agility. We'll do them a couple of times a week. It's just kind of fun to throw in something else.
It's a big tire.
Yeah. All right, come on, Julie. She flared those arms out. Squeeze it. Nice lift for Julie there. I think, so like we call it dynamic work or agility work. It's just fun to throw in something with some other aspects of the lifts. The flipping the tires very much mimics a deadlift, but just adds a little bit of difference in there, and it's just kind of fun.
And you snap those ropes. What do you call that?
Yeah, we do rope pulls, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't know what you call that.
Big heavy rope.
Yeah, I mean, there's a balance between doing it and not getting overtrained.
Yep.
Just use it. A lot of it's great to do after a big workout because it works out your soreness. But let's see, Chloe is getting pumped up here with 220. So this is a great lift for Chloe in her Titan singlet. So we'll see if she's got all her lifts so far. So this will make her 3 for 3 in the bench.
Chloe's having a great meet.
She really is.
A junior from Indiana.
Squeeze it. There you go. Nice job. And something she did that I think was really great, you could see her really tightening up. Like she really stayed tight. Once that bar started going down, she kind of got her lats in there and she stayed tight all the way down and was able to push it up. Tightness is key.
How much cardio do you do on a weekly basis?
Oh, like nothing.
You don't pedal or treadmill or swim?
Oh, cardio is terrible.
You don't swim in that lake?
Well, we swim in the summer. I usually float. I don't do a lot of swimming.
Well, floating doesn't count as cardio.
I always feel like I'm going to sink. Other than hanging out with those boys, that's about it.
So chasing the boys is your cardio.
That's it. It's not much. Well, I've never liked it.
So can you get the hockey up on there?
No. Nobody wants to watch hockey right now. Powerlifting's on.
Here's Debbie Ziegler, Pennsylvania.
Nice. That was nice quick press on that one, too.
What's your coaching philosophy on stretching?
Well, I didn't really do very much until lately. So we'll see how it goes. I'm just trying it out, honestly.
And what sort of stretching routine have you started?
Mostly just legs. I don't do much stretching with my upper body at all. Mostly just legs for the squat, deadlift. But,
comes Shelby Mills.
Yeah, she's 226 for this lift. I think she's got it. That 100 kilos was all right. It's just a little bit above it. I really like Shelby. I really like the way her setup is, the way she gets herself in there.
She's psyched.
She's got herself a little more pumped up on this one than the one before, that's for sure. There we go. Come on. You can hear her coach yelling out for her to be tight. That's a good cue.
She's got the maximal 81 centimeter
Oh, yeah.
grip.
Squeeze it. Nice. Oh,
Lots
boy.
of speed.
Yeah, she had more than that. Nice job. Really good. Really great form.
Looked like she had her wrist bent a little bit, like the Japanese lifters try to do
they were a
to
little
shorten
bent
the
out there.
stroke.
All right, we only got 2 more. 2 more to go. Tabitha and Bonica. Oh, no, Sarah. Sarah's going right now. Sorry.
Three big lifts coming up here.
Same weight, 226 is Shelby.
226. I hope the spotters are a little more on top of their game for this lift.
Oh, yeah. They're doing good. There we go.
I think Gino got some of his favorite music out.
Yeah, he's got a disco going. All right, nice.
Narrow grip.
Oh, yeah, she came down real wonky on that one. Real funny on one side than the other. It's kind of just a bad start. All right, 2 more. So Tabitha missed this on her second, and she's going to go ahead and try it again on her third with 242.5. So hopefully she'll get herself a little jacked up for this and be ready to go. When you get yourself jacked up, you can get that adrenaline going, gives you a little extra something. That's often important, especially on these third lifts.
I see Bonica in the on-deck area. She is psyching.
Yep. All right, Tabitha, let's get this third lift here. Digging herself in there.
Got the feet set.
Yep.
Getting the arch and setting her shoulder blades. Lots of weight here. 242 pounds.
Here we go. Squeeze it, squeeze it. Oh,
not
that's a
today.
good takedown on that.
Not today.
Yeah. That's right. So what were we going to be treated with on this next lift here?
334 pounds.
Is this a world record?
American record.
American record?
151.5. Chipping it.
Chipping it.
334
I want to say
pounds.
her best lift before this is 330. So I think this will be 4 pounds over her best.
Oh, she's breathing chalk.
Yeah, she looks so strong on that second.
Kimberly Walford's working on her in back. Ooh.
Yeah. Sending some positivity her way. Come on.
Gino's
B.
worked up.
Oh yeah. Come on. I got
Here she
goosebumps.
comes.
I'm excited.
Here she comes, 334
Come on.
pounds.
Let's go, B. She's got this.
She'll talk about this at the next seminar.
There we go.
Women in Power.
Sure. Iron Sisters.
Iron Sisters.
Yeah.
Everybody should attend. Wonderful opportunity. Come on, Benika. She gets the feet
All
flat.
right.
Bar's hers. Solid.
Push. Come on, B. I
not
really thought
today.
she had that. Man,
Not
the way
today.
that
Well,
second one looked.
We've had some great lifting.
Well, that was a great bench press by all the ladies.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. I hope for those of you on the internet around the world, you'll come back and continue listening with Jennifer Thompson and Robert Crawford to the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival in Columbus, Ohio.
That's right. All right, big things coming up.
Lisa Randazzo's lifting. Easy pull. 125 kilos, 275 pounds. Ling Fan is our next lifter from Pennsylvania. She has a forecast Wilks total of 415. Huge, huge total. Ling's setting up. She's pulling conventional. Nice strong pull. 275 pounds. Good lift for Ling. Jenny Lee's next from California. Jenny's moving up to 127.5 kilos. This is Robert Crawford at the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival in Columbus, Ohio, here in the United States. Jennifer Thompson is offering expert commentary. Jennifer, maybe you can tell us between the action here what kind of transition these lifters go through when they go from the bench press to the deadlift and how they manage their warm-ups. There's Jenny Lee, a nice lift. She's pulling sumo. Trey, we can't hear each other.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I can't hear me. Can we switch headphones? Switch them? Okay. Now I can hear me. Okay. Sorry. All right. Sorry. We got Jennifer coming in with the deadlifts here of 286.6. And we've had all white lights up till now. Some little microphone difficulties here. But usually, the girls coming into deadlift, I don't know about them, but I'm always really relieved it's here. Because it's the last part of, here we go. We've got some cards being posted on the lifters now. So this is Jennifer Averill. She's opening up with 286.6. But a lot of times, because you're so warmed up from the squat and the bench, you really don't have to warm up very much for the deadlift. So usually you just get a couple, get the blood going, kind of get your legs where they need to be, whether you need to stretch or not, and then you're good to go. So not a lot of warming up.
Now here we're seeing quite a bit of variation here in the styles. We have some lifters pulling conventional and some lifters pulling sumo.
Yeah.
In these first half dozen lifters.
Wow, look at Emily Gardner's a junior in high school. Well, she is a junior.
That is so young. I mean, she's 16 years old if she's a junior.
And she's kind of like in between here. She's not real close in a conventional, but she's not a sumo, so she kind of has a different approach to her deadlift here. But it was easy. We have a lot of openers within the same amount. This will be 297.6 here.
Now, in years past, nearly everybody pulled conventional, and probably today 75% of the lifters or 80% pull sumo.
You think it's that much?
I think it is. I mean, you go to a lot of meets, and virtually everyone is sumo. We still have great conventional pullers like Kimberly Walford and Brad Gillingham. But maybe we can talk a little bit about the difference in approach here. Mayong Van Loon is coming out. She's pulling conventional.
She's got an over grip too.
Over too. You don't see that too often except with someone like Brad Gillingham.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just, I don't know, wherever your strength is, as far as whether you want to pull a conventional or sumo. Like, I know for myself, like, I'm hugely stronger in sumo than I am in conventional, but it's the opposite for some people. So it's really, I just kind of think body mechanics as to which is easier. Kim, she's so tall, long, and lean, and a phenomenal conventional deadlifter.
Here's Megan Johns coming up. She's been powerlifting for a year. She's also a weightlifter. She has Colorado state records in the squat, deadlift, and total.
Well, there you go. So let's see, she's got a 308 opener. There you go. These are really great openers. They're nice and easy and smooth, getting themselves, a total. Once you got one, you got a total, so that's good.
These lifters have to be concerned about the total. That's the name of the game.
Yep. And it's nice that we've got, this software that Joe Marksteiner made up here for us, where we really can see projected totals and Wilks, and you can really have a really good idea on where you are within your competition.
Alyssa Mirasol's coming up. She started powerlifting in 2015. She won her first Raw Nationals within a year of her start.
All right. That's starting well.
That is starting well. Now she's taking a sumo stance. She's got the toes angled out. It looks like her toes are asymmetrical. One is angled more than the other. One foot.
Yep, easy. I mean, the advantage, obviously, with the sumo is you don't have to pull the bar as far. But you have to have really good hip strength to be able to do it. So, and with the conventional, you can really use a lot more back into it.
Jennifer Kim's coming up. She began lifting as a throwing athlete in high school and college. She was a state record holder for squat, deadlift, push-pull, and total in her state. She's run marathons.
You don't see that in
fastest
powerlifting
time
very
of
much.
2 hours 5 minutes and the fastest mile of 7:13
that
in
is
a marathon. That's
just
crazy.
Crazy. That is plain old crazy.
Jennifer Thompson, didn't you start in athletics as a runner?
I was a runner. Yep, you're right.
What distances did you run?
I ran 2 mile, ran the mile, ran the 800. Kind of was all over the place. I did cross country, so
Wow.
it was 3 miles.
Here's Jennifer Kim, a marathon runner.
That's crazy. That's something I've never wanted to do, but good for her.
look at that combination of athleticism between marathon, distance running, and heavy weights.
Well, especially because marathon, usually you have just long, lean muscle. In powerlifting, you need more compact muscle, so the disparity between the two sports is so big. That's great. All right, and then we have Helena.
Helena Wu's unofficial personal record is 3 times over her body weight beltless.
Yeah.
It's an unofficial IPF world record. She's been powerlifting for a year and is coached by Complete Human Performance.
Yeah, so this is her thing, the deadlift. She's here to deadlift. Open with 363, so that's a pretty good opener. Kind of funniness there, but there you go. She's looking at it like, what? Kind of had her hips up and down and up and down. All right, so she rounded out those deadlifts, huh? So she was the heaviest deadlifter in the first round. So now we're into the second.
Emma Ife is our lifter.
Yep, so she's going to open up with 275 she's our second with 275.6 out of New York. It helps when the deadlift is your money event, because it's the last.
Elma's a New York State squat and bench press record holder. This is her first time at the Arnold. She finished 4th at the Nationals 2 years in a row.
There you go. One of the fun things about deadlift is all the crazy sacks people come up with.
There are some wild patterns.
Yeah. Oh boy, what
she had her attempt. That's it.
That was
she's
strange. It's like she was pulling, and then she thought maybe I'm not going to pull, and then she pulled. I don't know what's going on there. All right, Jennifer L. She's a mom, 5-year-old who turns 6 in 2 weeks. Power moms.
Jennifer Averell's training career has taken place within a 24-hour fitness facility. She's the only powerlifter that competes in USAPL from the state of Utah.
I don't think that's right. I think we have more than one person in Utah lifting. I'm going to say that's not worded correctly.
Well, I think it depends on whether Donna Martz is on the other side of the state line or not. Sometimes Donna's at her house in Jackson, Wyoming. Other times she's in Utah. So depends on where she is that day.
Well, let's see what she's got here. She's going for a 292 pull, and she's got donuts all over her socks that match her shoes so nicely.
Jennifer must get her cardio chasing her 5-year-old around.
I like the way she looks at the head ref like, I'm done. You know, she just gave her this look like, okay, I'm finished.
Here's Lisa Randazzo. She's IPF Classic World Champion, M1
Nice.
in 2016. She's the M1 World Squat Record holder. And she has a gold medal in the squat and deadlift in the IPF Classic Worlds from 2016.
Nice.
Very accomplished lifter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's pretty interesting
She's
stuff.
40 years old. Just nosing into the Masters.
Yep.
She's a young master.
She's going to pull just under 300 here, 297.6. All right.
You like her setup?
Yeah, it's good. Yep. Let's see. It's a good lift for her so far. We've had, they took away, oh no, she didn't lift it. Never mind. I only had one miss this whole time.
Ling Fan is 27 years old.
Yep, that's all we know.
From Pennsylvania.
But she's going to come out and dominate this 297.5 deadlift. Come on.
Now she's a conventional puller.
Yeah.
So even in these smaller weight classes with smaller lifters, we're seeing a split here between conventional and sumo.
Marissa Inda's a conventional deadlifter as well, and I think she holds the Masters World Deadlift record.
Real fast off the floor.
Yeah, very good. Nice. All right, lots of white lights. Jenny Lee.
Jenny Lee squatted over 300 pounds in less than 1 year competing.
And her card it says, I don't look strong, but I am, and that's awesome.
Jenny's the Raw Junior 52 kilogram champion.
Yeah, a lot of us don't look strong, but we are. That's great. So
well, that's a nice camera angle from the ceiling.
From behind. Yeah.
Jenny's setting up.
Yeah.
Nice sumo pull.
Really pulled off to one side, but got it. Nice.
Is there a reason you can see why she would pull off to one side?
No, not unless she's just stronger on one side.
Okay.
All right. So Emily Gardner's going to break that 300.
She's a junior at Westlake High School in Austin, Texas.
Said she's been lifting since she was 12 years old. That's quite a lot.
She must have parents involved in the sport.
Yeah, it's 5 years into her sport already. At the young age of 17.
And then her skill level shows.
Yeah. It's easy. No worries there. We're going up to 308. This is what B did on her second bench.
We're broadcasting live from the Arnold Sports Festival in the United States at Columbus, Ohio. Our next lifter is Mooney Van Loon. She's second place in the IPF World Classics. Accomplished lifter.
Yeah.
I'm Robert Crawford. I'm with Jennifer Thompson. We hope you're enjoying yourself. Moonyong Van Loon has that double overhand grip.
There
Conventional style.
Nice.
She likes her head down in the deadlift and the squat.
Yeah. Something interesting that we got going on at USA Powerlifting is we're implementing the regionals now. So we've had kind of 1 year at it. We're entering our second year of the regional championships, which is something fun that lifters can look at before they want to attempt a national event. So check our usapowerlifting.com website for our regional championships coming near you.
Brianna's a New York State record holder. She's going to pull conventional. She's got her headband on.
Trying to figure out what it says. There you go. Nice.
Nice strong pull.
Yeah. She's got mustaches on her socks.
314 pounds.
That's a good
Nice
second.
deadlift.
Yeah, very nice. Oh, so Casey's a gym owner in Minnesota.
Casey's the proud mother of 3 cats. She comes from a small town in North Dakota where her family still farms and ranches.
You don't see that very often.
Got to be tough to farm and ranch out in North
that's probably
Dakota.
where she gets all her strength. She's got to be tough with the weather and tough on the ranch.
She was probably up at 4 a.m. doing barn chores as a kid.
She's awfully young to own her own gym. That's pretty cool.
She's got those pink socks rocking, getting set up there. The headband. Narrow grip. What do you think about how narrow that grip is? Is she going to get her shoulders back with the grip that narrow?
Might make it a little harder if they weren't. There we go. Pull, pull, pull. Oh.
Well, we won't know if she could get her shoulders.
Yeah, I think she just got a little bit on one side in that one.
Megan John's been powerlifting for years. She's also a weightlifter.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's her first time at the Arnold, and I bet she's enjoying it. 319 for Megan.
Megan likes a conventional pull.
Yeah. See, you said 85%, but I don't know if that's true at this meet.
Well, are you surprised how many of the lighter women are pulling conventional?
Not really. You see it a little bit more now. All right, so Alyssa, let's see.
Alyssa started powerlifting in October 2015. She ran the Raw Nationals within a year of her start.
Pretty good.
She's
pretty impressive.
a young woman with talent.
Yeah, she's going for 330 here on her second lift, 330.7.
She looks like she turns her toes out at different angles.
I don't know. I think it's kind of hard to tell from where we're sitting, but.
Okay.
Pulling. Pull. Oh, boy.
Oh, couldn't quite break the floor with that.
That's strange for a second. It seemed like she ever really got in it. All right.
Jennifer Kim is a throwing athlete, along with Ruth Welding and Sue Halen.
Aha.
At the time of the writing, she was a state record holder for the squat, deadlift, push-pull, and total. And a marathon runner.
Yeah, that marathon thing.
So she's a throwing athlete, a marathon runner, and a power lifter.
Jack of all trades here. She's going to go 341.7.
That's a range of athletic skills.
Yeah. Let's see.
The throwing athletes need a lot of speed through the circle.
Yeah, I think they have some good upper body, too.
Let's see how Jennifer Kim does with this lift.
There you go. Oh, yeah, no problem. Get those hips forward.
Nice and smooth.
Nice. Yep. There we go. All right. And our last deadlifter is going to be Helena. She said she broke the world record in training, so expect big things from her. She's doing 347.8.
Helena's 17 years old.
Yeah, this is crazy. She's 17 and she's in college. That's just nuts. She must be a little bit ahead of 17 and going to Duke.
I would say she's smart.
Yeah, pretty smart. All right, so they're getting the bar just right for Helena here. This is, was this 15 kilos over the last lift, so it's a good second lift.
I count on someone like Helena, who's smart and young, to finish medical school and be ready for me before I need my good doctor.
She wanted to go into some sort of research in pathology when I was talking to her, so maybe she'd find the cure for cancer or something.
And she couldn't work on me till I was dead.
Right. There you go.
Let's see how she does with 375 pounds.
Pull it.
Look at that.
Nice. It was a little slow off the floor, and then it just went.
17 years old.
Amazing.
College student at Duke.
Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? See, we're from all different areas here in powerlifting. Never know what you're getting. So we're going to start our thirds here with Flight A. It says we performed over 1,900 drug tests last year in USA Powerlifting. and that was 25% over the year before. So we're upping our drug testing
Here's Emma
program.
Ife. She's the New York State squat and bench press record holder. This is her first time at the Arnold.
Yeah.
She's placed at the Nationals 2 years in a row. 27 years old.
Missed it on her second. It was just kind of funny. So hopefully she'll come back and power through it. Oh, she's was she conventional the last time? Maybe she was.
I think so. I know from equipment check she bought the socks yesterday.
Oh boy.
Maybe she should have practiced in them more.
Yeah. That's a bummer. That's disappointing when that happens. But you know what the great thing about powerlifting is? There's always another event around the corner you can redeem yourself
There
at.
is. Matter of fact, at the Arnold, there's another event tomorrow.
Yeah. So we got we got a lot going on. We got in the afternoon we got the men going today, and then tomorrow we have the Slingshot Pro American here, and then we have the Grand Prix going on in the Expo, and then we have the Pro Raw Bench in the afternoon in the Expo, and then on Sunday we have the Slingshot Pro Deadlift in the Expo, Titan Pro Bench Press in the Expo, and then the Ohio Classic here.
Lots to see.
We've got 7 events this year, which is pretty awesome. So say about our sport.
There's Jennifer Averill from Utah gets her cardio chasing her 5-year-old.
Yeah, I believe it. You asked me about cardio. I'm telling you, it's more than you think it is. Pull.
There
303
she goes.
right there.
Look at
and
that.
finish.
Wow.
Nice. Woo. She might have gone 9 for 9 today, I think, maybe.
Jennifer
She
had a good
day.
meet.
Yeah, she had a good solid day. All right, so we got Lisa.
Here's Lisa Randazzo, 40 years old,
Yep.
world champion. 308 pounds, 140 kilos.
All right, so we're going to go 308. She's a 47 kilo. This is a big weight for how
It's
much she weighs.
More than 3 times her body weight.
Yeah.
Huge lift.
Pull it. Oh, yeah, she's got that all day. Come on. Oh, bummer.
She's lost her balance.
Yeah, lost her balance, lost her grip. That's a bummer.
She gripped about an inch or an inch and a half of that bar on the smooth between the knurling.
She made her lose
Does
it.
that affect the lifter's grip much?
It doesn't. I do mine half and half, so it doesn't bother me at all. I have half on the smooth, half on the gnarling. I think that was just off balance and just lost it. I don't think that had anything to do with it. All right, so we got Jetty coming up at the same weight. She's 1 weight class up from Lisa. But this is a 308 at a 52 kilo. That's pretty good. Pull.
Oh, she's not going to break the floor with that.
But that was only 2.5. It was only 2.5 kilos above her second, so she didn't lose a lot by missing that third.
This 27-year-old Ling Fang.
Yeah. The next 2 lifters are the same weight with 314.5.
David Ricks is in the side chair, watching everything closely.
There we go. Let's go, Ling. See, show us what you got here.
She has a conventional pull.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, all day. Oh, that was so easy.
Lots of strength, good speed.
Oh. She had a little bit. She left some out on the platform on that one. All right, we got Emily. She's our
Ling's
high
gonna
school kid.
Finish with a Wilks of 437.
Nice. That's great. All right, so last one here for Emily for the day. She likes that belt up real high.
It's quite a treat for a 16-year-old to be lifting at the Arnold.
Yeah, my goodness. She's got a long, good career ahead of her here.
It looks like her hand spacing's a little uneven.
Yeah. Nice. Good day for her. All right, we're going to move up just a little bit to 319.7.
Wu Van Loo is the second place finisher in the IPF World Classic. Here's a replay of Emily. Great lift for a high schooler. Wu Van Loo's 39 years old. First place in the California State Championships back in 2013. She's coming out with 310 pounds.
She got that over grip.
Traditional pull.
There we go.
Breaks the floor.
Nice.
Nice effort. Pulled hard.
Very good. All right, she ended up with a good pull. All right, Casey here, Rancher, I think, right? Yep, out of Minnesota. Oh, we got a replay here. So, let's see. Casey missed this on her
Casey's
second.
a gym owner in Minnesota. I don't know which part of Minnesota she's from. If she's from the western part of the state, that's just like North Dakota.
Yeah. All right, she's got to get some good pressure and really pull on this one.
Yeah, 3 times her body weight.
Pull, and out. All right. She's up to the opener of 100 on that one. All right, we got Megan John. She's going for 330.7. All right, let's see what she's got here.
I haven't noticed many of these women jockeying around on their
No, they're really
attempts.
just kind of sticking with their game plan and going with it. There really isn't a lot of fighting within the
Here's Megan,
groups.
another conventional puller. She pulled hard.
A good lift for her.
Good lift.
I mean, you for this, I believe you win it with your the top 3 Wilks for prize money in this event. So really, you're just trying to get your best Wilks going. All right, Alyssa is going for American record on this lift of 338.4.
She's 21 years old, and she deadlifted 345 pounds within 7 months after starting training.
Okay, well, this is
so
338, so she should have this no problem then.
She has good tendon attachments.
Yeah.
I think there is such a thing as good tendon attachments.
Yeah.
Natural strength. Just like some people are quicker, some people are smarter. There are talents. Some people have an ear for music. Here's Alyssa from New York.
All right, let's see if she can get this American record here.
Get set up. Oh, she's going to reset.
Okay.
She's got quite a bit of her hand on the smooth.
There, nice. Haha, that was
lift.
no problem.
Beautiful lift. 338 pounds.
Nice. Good job. Way to go. That was great. Record. Yeah, that's something to be proud of for sure.
It is.
All right, Brianna's 25.
Now, en route to your 54 world records, do you have any idea how many American records you've set?
I don't know. My husband keeps them all on a spreadsheet. They're somewhere. I could look them up, but I don't know right now.
I won't press you then.
Okay, good. All right, so we got Brianna coming up. She's 25. She took 4th place at the Raw Nationals this last October in Atlanta. That was a pretty spectacular event we were treated to, put on by Josh Rohr in Atlanta last October.
Josh always does a nice job.
Yeah.
Brianna's another conventional puller.
Yep.
We may not see another conventional puller in any of the other weight classes. They're all coming up in the lightweights. 341.7. pounds.
All right, Brianna, what you got? Here we go. Pull, 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 push. You got it. Stay with it. Stay with it. Stay with it. Come on. Stay with it. Stay with it. Come on. Throw those hips forwards. Hips forward. Come on. Come on. She's still going. She's still going. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh man.
Such a great effort.
She put it all out there. All out there.
Such a great effort.
Poor Brianna. She was just right there. Just right there.
So close.
Yeah.
Wonderful, beautiful effort though.
Oh yeah. She gets an award for grit on that one for sure. Like she just needs some hips. Lengthen those arms and get some hips. Oh boy.
The spotters were very attentive in case she lost her balance or blacked out.
Yeah, it was a good effort.
All
right.
That might be one of the gutsiest lifts we've seen so far.
I think so, for sure, yeah. So Jennifer Kim's coming up next. She's 29 years old, and she's going to go for 358.2.
This is our competitor who does it all. She's a marathon runner, a power lifter, a throwing athlete.
Yeah, quite incredible. So we'll see what she's got on her third deadlift here. She's going up quite a bit. She was at 155 on her second. Now she's at 162.5, so that's a big jump between her second and her third.
So her best half marathon is 2 hours and 5 minutes.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it? I don't know much about marathons, but that sounds pretty fast.
In the middle of it, she ran a mile at 7 minutes, 13 seconds.
That's just crazy.
And then she had to string together 12 more miles.
There we go. Nice, nice hips. Come on, you can do it.
She's pulling so hard.
Oh, man.
Not quite. Great
She's
effort.
right there.
Another great effort. I mean, a lot of heart.
Yeah. All right, so Holman is going to give us one of our heaviest deadlifts in this round here. Just shy of 400 with 391.3. So
she's our Duke University student.
Yes. She's an impressive girl so far. So hopefully she'll round out her day.
17 years old.
It's amazing, yeah?
A lot of talented people in this world.
There is, for sure. We see a lot of them right here in powerlifting. All right, Gino's getting them going now. The lights are going. Gino's going. No belt for her. I wonder why she doesn't wear a belt. All right, come on now. Gotta want it. Oh, it's going. No.
Close.
Good effort.
Good effort.
Yeah. So that's going to bring us right into our second flight at Flight B.
Well, our 17-year-old Helena finished with the Wilks of 406.
That's nice.
That's great lifting.
Yeah. Streaky starting off fairly light for her with 319.
So now we're moving to the 63 kilo class.
She's a professional makeup artist.
Crowd favorite Streaky.
Yep.
She's a full-time power lifter, physique athlete, Olympic lifter, and one lift lifter for Team Roar.
Yep. She's got a little bit of everything going on too.
She does. 34 years old, Streaky from Georgia.
Yep. This should be a super easy opener with 319. She's an over and over.
Yeah, no, we've seen two women
So
already.
rare. Really,
that
it's
over
such
and
a
over.
rarity.
Yeah, it is. Lots of speed and strength.
Those arms. Okay, yeah. And Miriam's going to open up with the same amount here, our Canadian lifter. There we go. She said she's willing to sacrifice her life for her third attempt. That's pretty funny.
That's dedication.
Yeah.
She has a strong deadlift.
Mm-hmm.
She says it's her favorite lift, her strongest. She's gripping on the smooth part of the bar. Real strong.
There
fast.
you go. Nice. Yep. She's a little cheerleader up there jumping around. No problem.
She has a lot of spring in her steps, like she must do plyometrics. Rena Rockin is 25 from Georgia. She's a
college volleyball for
college
her.
volleyball player for SFSU. What
Might
college
be
is that?
Southern Florida State University.
That sounds right.
San Francisco State University. I don't know.
I think Southern Florida.
I wanted to say Southern Florida, maybe. All right, let's see. She's going to do 325 for her opener. It's got kind of an interesting shoe choice for deadlifting there.
You think those soles are too thick?
Possibly, but I mean, have you ever seen what David Ricks lifts in? He's got New Balance runners on when he deadlifts.
That must be what the Navy was issuing when he went through
Maybe.
Annapolis.
They look like they're about that old. All right, so Allie, here we go. She's 28. I knew there was something special about her. She played roller derby. I couldn't remember what it was when I met her at Raw Nationals, but she was a roller derby girl.
For the DC roller girls.
You got to be pretty tough.
Yeah, you've got to be a tough cookie to take the slamming and pounding.
Yeah. And she's going with the pizza socks.
Allie's sitting up to pull 330 pounds.
Oh, yeah, no
Real
problem.
Smooth.
And all these girls are in the 63 weight classes. Our only flight where it's all one weight class. Okay, same opener for Jenica. 4 current American records. So that must be one in each one? Maybe?
She's a deadlift world record holder.
Wow. In the 63s, huh? Well, this should be easy for her then.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Looks like she broke
Yeah, sure.
downward movement.
Yeah, no lifter. Yeah, that was a small little mistake at the top. She knew it.
She lost her balance and broke just after she locked out and came down a little bit. Ashley Knox is an elementary school teacher. Single
she must
mom
have
of a
lots of patience.
6-year-old and an 8-year-old. Cookies are her favorite food group.
Oh, boy.
Well, I'm going to have to train with her.
Yeah. Get some cookies. So 336 is her opener.
Another conventional puller.
Yeah. See, I think your stats were off, the 85%.
We're seeing a lot of them. I think in the equipped lifting, it's rare to see a conventional puller.
Yeah.
Ashley Bolgan,
yeah.
21 years old.
Her deadlift looks like it's one of her best events as well. So we see some big lifts from her also.
She deadlifts 2.5 times her body weight. She's been powerlifting for a year and a half.
2.7.
2.7.
Those little numbers, they count.
They do.
All right, so this is a bit below her deadlift she has on her card, so she should be good for another 10 kilos over this at least.
Ashley's from Michigan. Conventional puller.
Nice. And then we have our last first deadlift here, going to the seconds with Laura. She's opening with 363.8.
Laura's 29 years old. She competed in her first sanction meet in 2015. She set 2 state records in her first meet.
Nice. Missouri state record?
Missouri.
Yeah.
Ashley's on deck wearing her A7 shirt. A7's our meet sponsor on the stage today. We appreciate their sponsorship and urge you to take a look at their bar grip shirts.
She's opened 7.5 kilos above everyone else, so she's definitely got the heaviest opener.
Nice pull. Conventional.
There you go. Yep. I would say sumo's the rarity so far. All right, so we have Miriam. She's coming up next, 336.
Miriam's our Canadian who's training to be a firefighter, and she's attended your women's powerlifting seminars. Where can I find information for your group?
It's just IronSistersUSA.com. So it's easy to remember.
You've got about 8 seminars coming up around the U.S. this year?
Something like that, yeah. It was a good number. All right, so Miriam's going to come out here and show us how to do this. She's got such a good attitude, and she's so enthusiastic about what she does. It's pretty cool. See, even her legs, get snapped out with pizzazz.
She's very stylized in her setup.
Yep.
Long arms.
Yep. There we go. Easy. Finish it.
Look at how long her arms are when she's standing erect with her shoulders back.
Yep. It's good second. 336. She got all of that.
Good levers.
Yeah. And then Jen Streaky's going to jump up 10 kilos.
Jen Yates is a professional makeup artist. Streaky.
And I got Josh Rohr back there coaching her team Rohr.
And look at that cowhide belt she's got with the pink belt loop on it.
She's got some style.
It's got the pink stripes going up the side of her singlet.
All right, 341.7 here.
2 shades of blue on that singlet, front and back. 347.
Oh yeah,
341.
easy peasy.
Streaky pulls it. She makes it look easy.
Oh yeah, she's got more in the tank there for sure. So Jenica is coming up. She missed her opener of 150 and she went up to 155 anyway. So she's going to do 341.7.
Well, she must be confident. She's undefeated in the U.S. in her
Well, she holds
age
the
and
world
weight
record in
group.
the deadlift, so I think she's good. There we go. Oh, yeah. That was easy.
Nice pull.
Yep. Good. No worries there. Didn't really throw her off track missing that first one. So Randa coming up with 347.2 out of Georgia. She's our college volleyball player here. So her best deadlift's 155, so this is 2.5 kilos over her best deadlift, so on her second.
Rena must be fast if she played college volleyball. So that's good for powerlifting. You need those fast twitch
fast and agile.
fibers.
All right. There we go. Nice. That should be a PR according to that card for her. Looks like she's got a bit more.
Ollie's our DC roller girl.
Mm-hmm.
Roller derby with the DC roller girls.
She says, I'm currently a USAPL DC state referee, even though DC is not a state. A little humor in there for Allie. Living in our capital. All right, let's go now. Let's go with 352.7. Pull it. There you go.
Nice strong pull.
That's a good second right there. That's a good lift for her. And Ashley's going to come do the same weight from Maryland.
Now, when you're done with your pull, are you able to release the bar real fast? Just relax all your muscles so the bar drops with gravity?
I want to try to stay with it. You want to really relax. Try to keep your back tight. And
yeah. It looked like Ollie just completely relaxed all her muscles and let gravity pull that bar down.
Yeah. kind of a potential for injury by doing that. So you kind of want to stay a little tight on your way down.
Ashley's our elementary school teacher.
Oh yeah, she had every bit of that. She is tied with Allie on that deadlift.
A couple of the women in the 63 kilo class have close Wilks coefficients.
Yeah.
And how do they score this then? Within the weight class, is it strictly pounds lifted? And then for the prize money, it's Wilks?
I think that's exactly how they do it.
Well, come on, you think back. You've won so much prize money here. How did it work?
It was all by Wilks. It was all by Wilks. I believe last year they gave first, second, and third within each weight class. And then there was prize money for first, second, third, highest Wilks for women and men.
Now, when you leave the arena, the Columbus Exposition Center, do they give you a small check you can put in a wallet, or you have to take the check that's 4 feet long?
You don't get a check. It just magically appears in your bank account.
Oh, well, that's even better. Here's Ashley, 363 pounds.
There you go. Unless you're Blaine Sumner and Mark Bell has you $3,000 cash on the spot. That's what he did last year. But I think what's cool about our sport, too, is the prize money for the men and the women is the same. You don't see a lot of sports like that where the prize money isn't bigger for the men. It's the same here. So I think that, again, that's another...
It's a nice part of equity.
Yep, I like it. All right, so Laura's got two state records here.
The women that we've seen this morning would put a lot of high school and college athletes to shame in the weight room.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right, just under 400 with 385.8 for Laura here.
Laura Vineyard.
Yeah. So
out of Missouri.
Heaviest second deadlift right here of the second attempts. Pull. Oh, yeah, she had that. Get that warrior call at the end. All right, nice. All right, so we're going to go back down for our third attempts here. Finish up these deadlifts for our 63s. Then one more flight, and then we're going to go into the men.
I wonder how we're doing on time here.
I think we're doing really good on time. It's
we're
only
running
12:20. There we go. Oh, that's a picture of Miriam at our camp last summer.
Oh, there you go. Now, which city did you have that one in?
That was in Dundas, Ontario. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so here comes Miriam. This is her last pull. She's got 347.2.
Streaky's on deck.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Nice setup.
Two huge
Very,
big breaths.
very deliberate.
Yep, there you go. Nice. Good. Look at that smile at the top. I am done. That was my last deadlift. I got it. Woohoo!
Just the way you and Kimberly Walford taught her.
That was good. All right, we had Streaky coming up with her last deadlift of 363.8.
Josh Rohr works with a lot of great powerlifters down in his gym.
Yeah, and he
Lara Stryland's out of his gym, I think. I know she runs a gym, but
oh, Laura, yeah. Mhm. Yep. They have their own gym, and yeah, they're out of there, and she's on the Masters World teams, and oh yeah, they got a lot of good powerlifters down in Georgia. Okay, so she's got her game face on here for her last deadlift.
She's got that hair set up so it bounces when she walks out. I don't know how she does that.
All right, big breath. Pull it. Come
Got
on.
a lot of speed.
Yeah. Look at that smile on her face. It just kills me.
Great effort.
There you go. All done.
Beautiful lift. 363 pounds
Yeah.
for Streaky.
Ashley is going to have her same weight.
So at this point, we have two more lifters that are going to pull 165.
Right. Yep.
Ollie likes to take pictures of her cats. I should talk to her about her settings.
There you go. All right, she's waiting in the wings, ready to walk out.
Here she comes, 28 years old.
Yep.
Women that do roller derby take a lot of bumps.
Yeah, oh
A lot
yeah,
of
I would
bruises.
think so. It's a tough sport. Okay, getting herself dug into the ground. That's one of the things that Kim Walford talks about all the time, is getting yourself dug into the ground. There you go.
Oh, Ollie's
pull,
pulling
pull,
hard.
pull, pull, squeeze,
Come
squeeze,
on, Ollie,
squeeze,
pull,
hips,
pull,
hips,
pull.
hips, hips. Oh, and the cry at the top. Nice.
Nice pull.
There we go.
Great effort. Great gutsy pull. Putting into it.
Elementary school teacher coming up.
She's an art teacher.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, to be an elementary school teacher takes a lot of patience, but to be an art teacher, generally having really big class sizes, and then trying to getting art supplies around all those little kids, she's got my respect right there.
Here she comes.
All right, 363.8. There you go. Oh, look, it's so quick off the floor. Pull, 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 pull. Oh, boy, she's not giving up. Oh, yeah. Ha, ha, ha. Did she get that? Good. She really, I thought she was done a while ago, and she just kept pulling, so
She
that's
put
pretty
everything into it.
fantastic. Yeah. Crazy. All right, and then Rena's going to go up a little bit with 369.3. So Rena is 25, and her best deadlift's 155, so she's well past her best deadlift here with 167.5.
25 years old. We have an interesting mix of open and junior
Yeah.
and master lifters in this morning session.
Oh, yeah. It's for all ages. All right, so let's see what Reina has on her very last attempt today.
Marina's our other lifter from Georgia.
There you go. There you go. Nice. That was great. Yeah, she
She's
said, heck
happy.
yeah. But she was saying, heck yeah.
I accept your lip reading on that.
Okay. That was good stuff right there, though. Nice. All right, we got Ashley Bogan coming up here. She's 21. Her best deadlift's 165, so this would be 5 kilos over her best deadlift ever. So
Yeah,
hopefully
she's
we
been
get a
lifting
PR
for a year
here.
and a half. She must have a strong sports background in other sports before coming to powerlifting. Though she doesn't tell us. Let's see what she does with 375.
Oh, easy. Come on, finish it. Nice.
There she goes.
That's a PR for Ashley. All right. 375. Not gonna up her card. All right, so Jenica, let's see. Her best is 166 and she's for 175. So again, she's going for a good PR here. So she owns, I'm assuming it's the junior deadlift world record. And this will be an American record attempt right here. So hopefully she can add that to her day.
Another shot of Jenica. I'm sorry, Ashley.
It was Ashley. Yeah, Jenica's coming up here.
Jenica's coming up. And she's called for an American record.
Oh, yeah. All 3 red plates stacked on there.
386 pounds, big weight.
Yeah.
She's handled her other 2 deadlifts nicely.
Yep. Oh, boy. Nice job. There you go. I think she's got that. It's a new American record in the juniors for 63s for Jenica. It's fantastic. Yeah. So we have our last deadlifter of this flight. Laura, she's going to go 396.8, so just under 400 for her. There we go. All right, let's go, Laura. It's the heaviest deadlift of this flight.
396 pounds.
Yep. Pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it. Oh boy, she had all of that. Nice. Yeah, I think that put her in first place, yeah, for the 63s.
So now we're moving to flight C. That'll be the lifters in 72 kilo, 84 kilo, and 84 plus. We've got some big weights that are going to be pulled in this flight.
All right, so we're starting off with Chloe. She is an IPF world medalist in the junior division, a national champion in juniors. See, her best deadlift's 175.5, so we'll see where she goes today. She'll open 160 or 352.7.
She's a strong 17-year-old.
Yes. Yep. Good speed on that. She just pulled that up with great speed. Yeah, a little bit of action towards the bottom here. We have Sarah Brenner opening up the same as Bonica. So maybe she'll come out with a good deadlift down here. Let's see. All right. We got Debbie. Debbie's out of PA. Her best deadlift is 157.6, and she's opening up with 165. So she's opening up over her best deadlift.
Debbie's 29 years old. She's a former Division I athlete at Ellen
Nice.
University.
Did it say what in?
She didn't mention her sport.
Oh, okay. So 363.8 is the opener here. Oh, pretty easy for over her PR. Maybe that was a typo.
Smooth as butter.
All right. Ellen is coming up next. 385.8.
Yep.
Out of DC.
Ellen's being coached by Matt Gary and Susie Gary Hartwig.
Let's see. So they're getting the platform put together here a little bit. It's taking a little while, but that's okay. They're probably appreciative of it. Oh, here we go. So she's the deadlift American Junior record holder. So she should have a pretty good deadlift here today, since that's her experts in there. Oh, aerospace engineer. Did you see that?
23 years old, aerospace engineer.
That's impressive.
She can do some math, huh?
Yeah. All right. Yep. Nice and easy. There we go. You just feel good getting that first one in there. So we're going to go to Shelby here. Shelby Miles from Indiana. Oh, she's the 2016. I'm assuming that's the junior equipped bench press champion.
She's just 18 years old, very
Yeah.
accomplished.
Yeah.
Lots of titles. World Championship silver medal, classic.
That's how I got started. I started in just the bench and then went over to powerlifting.
319 pounds for Shelby.
Just getting our grip dug in there pretty good. Nice. So fast. In and out. All right, we got Julie Brookfield coming up. She's just 23 years old. She's also a junior national, fourth Raw Juniors.
Now, what does her hashtag mean? EDS, favorite athlete?
ETS?
EDS?
EDS, I'm assuming
Hashtag EDS.
I'm assuming that's just a gym of some sort. I have no idea.
Okay. I don't know anything about Twitter.
I know a
Any of
little
that
bit, but
stuff.
actually not a lot.
If I see hashtags, my mind goes blank. Julie Brookfield from California.
There you go.
396 pounds. Another conventional puller.
Yeah. Those long legs, too.
She's got that leopard skin belt.
A little fashion going on in the powerlifting world. All right, so
And athlete
Nelly,
Tehran is opening with 396 pounds.
she has the Florida state record in the squat and the deadlift and the total.
29
she's
years old.
Second, I was right. She took second at Raw Nationals.
A conventional puller.
Yes, I think we can say the majority of the women have been conventional
My
pullers.
goodness. And she's got the double overhand grip.
Oh yeah, so nice.
Look how long her arms were when she
Yeah.
stood erect with her shoulders back. She's built for the deadlift.
Oh yeah, yeah. Got Gina Hensley up out of Michigan next. She's our junior lifter. She's gonna open with 402. Powerlifting since age 13. She said she's the most patriotic deadlifter. In that picture, she sure is.
Her parents must be powerlifters if she's been involved since she was 13.
Yeah. Oh, she did get all padded up for this. I love it. She's got the bow. She's got the socks. She saves her patriotism for the deadlifts.
Red, white, and blue. She needs one of those new red python skin belts from Titan with USA on the back.
Yeah. There you go. Good. Nice.
Nice lift.
Yep. Good opener for her. And to Tabitha, she's opening with 340 or 435.4. Says she's a very good volunteer for our sport. And she hasn't been doing it very long, just 2 years. Good.
29 years old. She lives by herself without any coaching.
Well, you have the internet, so. All right, Tabitha. What do you got here, girl? Oh, she's getting into it out there.
She needs a little bigger belt, huh?
There we go. Nice.
She can't quite get her lever closed.
Oh,
So we're at the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival in Columbus, Ohio, in the United States of America. And world champion Bonica Lowe is getting ready to come out. Bonica's called for 468 pounds, 212.5 kilos is her opening deadlift. And Jennifer, tell us about Bonica's style here and what we can expect to see.
put me on the spot.
Jennifer
Well,
Thompson.
She's going to nail this, obviously. It's an easy opener for her, 468.5. And one of the things she's really good is she's mentally tough. She really gets herself in there. She gets her psyched up. But yeah, she's a good sumo deadlifter. She keeps her back real straight. And she had, like everything, she's just methodical in her setup, and I think that's important. It's important to have a methodical. And Gino loves this song for her, Breaking the Law.
Oh, she pulled that up like
Yep.
easy.
Yeah. Yeah. So he plays the song for her every time she comes out because it's Bonica Law. So he plays the Breaking the Law song for her all the time.
Well, it got her fired up.
Yeah, it did.
She made the lift look easy.
Yeah.
Now, Bonica's projected Wilks at this point is 491.
That's pretty good.
She's having a great meet.
Yeah, she is. Yep. Now, Sarah Brenner is coming up, and she is the same opener as Bonica. She has a higher lat number, so she goes after Bonica. So, this will be fun to watch. And yep, she made it just as easy.
and no belt.
No belt.
Conventional pull.
Yeah, I don't think she wore a belt in the squat either. I think she's been beltless this whole competition. So that heads us into our second deadlifts. Starting off with Chloe Dublin. She took a 15 kilogram jump up from her first to her second. So that's quite a big jump. I like to do that too, so I'm not going to tell her it's a bad idea because I do that all the time.
How many kilos will you jump from first to second?
A lot. Probably 15 to 20.
15 to 20.
Yeah. I don't waste too much energy on that first one. American record holder and the bench and the deadlift. So her best deadlift is 175.5. So she's nearly there on her second attempt here. So she's looking for some PRs.
Now, what's the strategy here? You would think if she's within a half kilo of her American record, that she'd call for 176 and go for a new American record.
Well, the only thing I can think of is maybe it's not the American record anymore. I don't really know, honestly. Or maybe she just figures she's going to nail it on her third. So I don't know, honestly.
But she's so close.
She's close. She could chip it just to break it on her second.
Just to chip it and get the record. Is she concerned maybe about her placement on the Wilks for getting a cash prize?
Possibly. Possibly. Her looks like I don't really know. I would think that would be kind of a fun thing to do, to break it twice in one meet, but I don't know. They may know things we don't know.
Everybody knows something we don't know.
Yeah. And it is. There's a bit of a lag in her walking out there, so I'm not really sure what's going on here. Some sort of discussion about something.
I saw USAPL president. Oh, they're looking for chips, collars. They'd get new collars, make some bar adjustment. Chloe's coached by Zach Cooper. He's an experienced coach.
I believe he's the new open equipped coach.
So Zach undoubtedly has some strategy for calling for this weight.
Since
this
he's
is deliberate.
Yep. All right, let's see what she's got. This should be an easy pull for her if she's going to do this on her second. Oh, yeah. No problem.
Very easy. Okay, so she's within a half kilo of her American record.
Yeah, so next one will for sure be an American record. We'll just see how far. I mean, that was so easy. I expect her to go quite a bit over it.
Well, of course, she's going to want to set a new record.
Right.
This is a tough coaching decision now to decide how much to call for.
Yeah, you don't want to miss. It's the risk of miss.
But by definition, no one's done this before, including her.
Right.
Here's Debbie Ziegler.
Yep. 391.3 for her second.
Conventional puller. Nice smooth pull. Good strong lockout.
We're taking a bit of a jump. Ellen jumped, looks like 12.5 kilos over her opener.
Ellen's our 23-year-old aerospace engineer, coached
Yeah.
by the Garys
Yep.
from SSPT. The
All
Garys
right.
have quite a few people who travel to their gym from the greater Washington, D.C. area.
We have a few.
Ellen's getting set up. She's
There we
pulling
go.
a strong pull.
Nice pull for her.
Done like an engineer.
All right, so it brings us up Julie here. She's going 418.9. Let's see. All right, she's 2.5 kilos over Ellen that just lifted here, but they're in 2 different weight classes. So 182.5 is her best, so she's actually quite a bit over her best on her second as well.
Our competition today at the Arnold Sports Festival is sponsored by A7 International with their revolutionary bar grip shirts.
That's got to be a typo on that weight class.
Julie just couldn't finish that. She got it off the floor.
Yep. It's kind of in a weird spot, maybe. All right, our most patriotic lifter, Gina.
Aside from A7 International, we're sponsored by SSP Nutrition, lifting large, and Mark Bell's slingshot.
So this is her best deadlift ever right here, 190, which is 318.9. She's doing that on her second. She's got an interesting setup here. She kind of goes through all these different movements and making sure her feet are equidistant.
She's been doing this since she was in middle school, so
Yeah, she's got it down.
she's got it down.
Pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it. Oh, she got one side, now the other side. How
Great
good for
pull.
her. Way to stay with it.
Gutsy pull.
That was wild. It came up on one side and then the other side.
Gutsy pull.
Yeah, good for her. She wasn't going to let that, she wasn't going to miss that second one.
Now, how much do you think she has left for her third?
I don't know, I mean, it wasn't that bad. She just seemed a little bit off balance on that one. So, I don't know, I'd probably be pretty conservative on my third, but let's see what she puts in.
Here's Shelby Miles, 18 years old.
Yeah, this is also her best ever. So that first one looked so easy, but she took a huge jump too.
Shelby's from Indiana, just a few miles from Columbus.
Nice.
Nice strong pull.
Easy. So she's going to PR today for sure. All right. So we got Natalie Tirana coming up out of Florida. She's going her second with 242.5. Her best is, that can't be right.
Well, she's looking at a 452 Wilkes.
Yeah.
Yeah, our notes must be wrong. It's 300 kilogram, which is 661 pounds. That's not right.
That would be really impressive.
That would be Ian Bell territory. Now she takes a double overhand grip.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Got all that, no
Conventional
problem.
pull. Long arms.
It'd be interesting to see what she puts on her third since that one was so easy. All right, so Tabitha's up next with 457.5. And she's part of a Minnesota-based group encouraging females in strength sports. I like that.
29 years old. She's very accomplished.
All right, let's go.
Robert Keller's in the house.
Mm-hmm. There you go. She's down and pulls, no problem. Good. She's such a quick, she doesn't really mess a lot of time with setting up. She just gets down there and goes. All right, and so now this is interesting because we have Sarah put in a higher second deadlift than Bonica. So Bonica's going to be at 501.5. And Sarah's going to go a little 2.5 kilos above that. So interesting on our deadlift here.
If Bonica makes this deadlift, her Wilks score will be 503.
That's got to be up near her best, I'm pretty sure.
Few lifters break 503. I see Bonica in the on-deck circle, and she is psyched.
She's rocking it out.
Kimberly's working on her.
Yep.
$501.5 pounds to 27.5 kilos. Huge weight. Look at that.
Nothing. It was nothing. Look at her. She's having a good time for sure.
A 503 Wilks.
Mm-hmm. See if she pulled that opener just as easy as B, so we'll see how the second one goes.
So, what's the strategy now for Sarah to jump up?
Well, since she's behind her, she can see what B puts in and just jump over it, and then see if she changes it from there.
Okay.
I'd probably just go right over it just to win the deadlift. Why
Okay,
not?
Here she goes. Conventional pull, no belt. Look at that.
Yep. Nice. Yeah, so we'll see what they put in. They both had really easy seconds, so it'll be interesting to see. Of course, in the so B could chase after her and push her up a little higher if she wanted to. I mean, she's not. B's got this wrapped up as far as the winner goes, but want to win the deadlift.
So, what motivation would Bonica have to change?
She really doesn't have one unless she just wants to make sure she won all 3 events. I mean, and you don't get anything for that. So
Are there individual medals for
no,
the
not
lifts?
at this meet. The world meets, yeah, but not this meet. So it would just be, I guess, for prosperity. Would that be right?
Well, Bonica already has a 503 Wilks. So.
Yeah.
Wow.
So she might just be looking on to build up her Wilks a little bit higher and not really worry too much about what Sarah's doing. That's what I would do.
Well, you're the world champ. Whatever you would do is probably a pretty good idea.
So they're doing some moving around, so let's see. So, yeah, they haven't put those in yet. All right, so they changed around a little bit. Originally, Chloe was going, but it looks like maybe Debbie. Oh, no, that's right. Chloe's still up first. So, 185. Yeah, this is American record for her. Ooh, unofficial world record. Very nice. This is not international competition, so it's not a world record.
So Chloe's jumping 10 kilos, which is 22 pounds from her second attempt. That's a big jump.
That is a big jump.
A big percentage.
Yep. But it really doesn't matter. I mean, if that's the way you train, if you train doing big jumps, then there's no problem doing big jumps in competitions.
Chloe's being coached by Zach Cooper. Isn't she? My memory bad on that?
So
Maybe
this is
not.
Debbie. So they switched
This is
around
Debbie.
now. She changed it. So Debbie's going first now with 402. It might be a little jockeying around with who's coming up based on attempt changes here. Nice.
Oh, nice pull.
There we
Solid.
go. Good job, Debbie.
Good third attempt.
She's happy with that. And so we're going to go up 2.5. This is going to be the initial record. Yeah. Oh, in the total, he says. Okay, so this will be a total record.
Here comes Chloe Dublin, coached by Zach Cooper. Zach's getting out his cell phone to take a picture.
I got to get this documented. Let's go, Chloe. You want that American record. Oh, easy!
Easy She had
wow.
more left.
She had a lot more left.
Isn't that something?
Yeah. All right. Julie is up next, and she's going to repeat what she missed on her second.
So Chloe finishes with a 440 Wilks, which is a great score.
Yeah, for a junior lifter, heck yeah. All right, and then Julie, we got missed her second and is giving it a go again. This one I felt like she just got a little bit off, so hopefully she can pull this one.
23 years old.
Yeah.
Julie's from California.
Come on, Julie.
She's got that double overhand grip.
Yep.
Conventional pull.
Pull. Oh, it's
Not
too
today.
heavy today. That's too. You have those days where you can't hit what you could hit before.
Well, she finishes with a Wilks score of 1.98. Good score.
No, that's not Julie. She was 4'11". That was Julie Brookfield, 4'11". You said
4'11".
Yeah, you said 440.
I said 440. It's the eyes. The eyes are going.
We don't know what we're saying anymore. Times 3 flights of powerlifting.
Okay,
here's Ellen. She's coming out. She is a junior deadlift record holder, so this is a little bit above that.
She's looking at a 442 Wilks score if she makes this lift.
Not bad.
Great score. 23 years
there
old.
There you go. Come on, Ellen.
Aerospace engineer. So she's strong
got
and
all
she's
this.
smart.
Let's go. There you go. Oh, yeah, it's going. It's going. Come on. Long hips. She's got it. Nice. Good job. All right.
Great pull.
That's fantastic. All right, the most patriotic deadlifter coming up. She's doing the same weight, 429.9. So she's going to repeat what Ellen's doing here on this replay. All right, she's got a very strategic setup going on here, and Gino's going a little nutty out there in the crowd. I can hear him. She's talking to herself. She's getting herself in it.
She's been lifting since she was 13.
Yep, pull it. Oh, I got her hips a little bit high on that one. It's a good try. So Natalie's going to go for 440.9. Her third one. All right, let's go, Natalie. This is 7.5 kilos over her second. This way she handled that second one. She had a good shot at this one. Oh yeah, come on now. Nice. Very good, that was easy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, excited.
Bring it, Nat. Bring it. Yeah, she's excited. Place, I think, for the 72s. We're going with Shelby here. Her 18-year-old. She's going for 446.4 pounds. All right, Shelby, come on now. Oh yeah, she's got it. She's got it dialed in. There you go. Pull, stay with there. Oh, bummer.
Close,
She had
not
it right
quite.
there.
Not
Off
today.
on that one side. Her hands were up, just hung on that one side, and that was just enough to throw her off. All right, so we're down to our last 3 here for our morning session.
Here's 29-year-old Tabitha Miller.
Yeah. And it does look like Sarah is going to go 5 kilos over Bonica in the deadlift here.
Tabitha's going to pull 479.5 pounds. She
That's some heavy weight there.
competes by herself without a coach.
Well, after this performance, she might have a lot of people wanting to coach her. All right, let's go, Tabitha.
Tabitha Miller from Minnesota.
There we go, nice. There you go.
Oh, did she pull that?
I love how she's just no business. She just doesn't even worry about it, just goes up and pulls. Oh, that was a good lift for her. A little delayed on the lights there. It's a little nerve-wracking.
Minnesota snowstorm.
All right, so B is going for 518.1.
3 times IPF Classic World Champion, 4 times Raw National World Champion, 6 times Equipped Champion.
Come on, B, get out there and pull it now. Yep. All right, come on now. Get this third lift going here.
Lots of championships and records from this lifter.
Yeah, and she's still, she's still fairly young. She's got a long career still ahead of her where she continue to dominate.
518 pounds.
Yep.
Gino's beside himself.
Yep. Pull it, girl. Oh, yeah. Nice.
Wow.
That was a fast lift off the bottom. About that.
509.06.
Nice.
509.
I'm pretty sure that's a PR for her as far as
Wow.
Wilkes goes.
Amazing.
She really stuck with it at the end, made sure she had it locked out at the top. It's good. And now we got Sarah here. She's going to go for 529.1. No belt. Amazing. She's a speech therapist for students with autism. That's fantastic. There's a good thing we got special people like Sarah out in the world.
26 years
There you
old.
go. Oh, come on, girl. Finish it. Finish
Got it.
it.
She's got it.
Nice. Nice.
Look at that. She's got it.
Woo!
What do the judges say?
There we go. Nice job.
2 whites.
Oh, so happy for her. That was
Nice
a
job.
fantastic display of female powerlifting today. What a great one.
Thank you so much for telling us strategy and training.
Enjoyed it, Robert.
What a treat to have you at the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival in Columbus, Ohio. And
Right.
thank you to our sponsors, A7, SSP Nutrition, Lifting Large,
Slingshot.
and Slingshot.
Yeah, and then we'll be
We appreciate all of you.
back for the men in the afternoon. Yeah? Well, you guys will
We
be.
will be back.
All right.